for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
May kakanta ba yun? May kakanta ba, sir? Walang kakanta? Walang kakanta na yun. The 64th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today, the chamber will be led in prayer by no other than our distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of our Lord. Heavenly Father, we gather before you seeking your guidance and intercession as we open our session today, together with all of my colleagues here in this august chamber, the entire Senate staff, our guests, and the Filipino people. We wish for your divine grace as we deliberate on measures and decisions that will aid our fellow Filipinos. We lift our hearts to you, united in the desire to faithfully accomplish our duties in accordance with your will. In this season of Lent, we are one in reflecting on your sacrifice for all of us. We are humbly asking for your forgiveness for our shortcomings and the lapses in our judgment. Lord, we ask for your amnesty for our moments of weaknesses and sins. We remain eternally in your favor as we pay forward all the sacrifices that you have graciously made for us. Almighty God, as we gather before you today, we also ask for your divine intervention for our countrymen who are in despair and are in need of your mercy and benevolence. We hope and pray that you'll provide peace and understanding for all strife and conflicts occurring in the country and around the world. We hope for your guidance as we attempt to help them. Our Heavenly Creator, we thank and praise you, humbly seeking you for a fruitful session today and the entire week. We offer this day to you, knowing that with your presence and guidance, we can grasp a good understanding of the needs and demands of our nation and act on them dutifully. This we raise in the praise and glory of your name, in all of your grace and honor. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Let's see there. I see Senator Escudero come in. With 21 senators, the chair declares the presence of the quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we
Sorry.
proceed, Mr.
I'd like
President.
to correct myself. 22 senators present. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we proceed, Mr. President, may I just acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of our colleague, Senator Tulfo, and the Senate. Manuel L. Quezon University, students from Manuel L. Quezon University, Palawan State University, students and the faculty, Mr. President, they're all here at this august chamber. Guests of Senator Lapid and Senator De La Rosa, Mayor Leonard Escobilla, and officials from Tampakan, South Cotabato. Guests of Senator Gatchalian, Mayor Michael Ramos of Batan, Aklan, together with former Mayor Rodel Ramos.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, especially the of course, ating mga kawani sa gobyerno, and of course, sa mga estudyante and faculty ng Manuel L. Quezon University, and as well as Palawan State University.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2572. This is the bill on Bulacan Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on March 15, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, we ask the Secretary to proceed the reading of the title and to the roll call vote.
An act establishing the Bulacan Special Economic Zone and Freeport in the province of Bulacan, creating for the purpose the Bulacan Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2572 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to the sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the distinguished lady from the great province of Iloilo, Pangasinan, and San Juan, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, no other than Senator Grace Poe, is recognized.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, allow me to say a few words of gratitude to everyone who helped pass this monumental measure. First is our thanks to the authors, our Senate President Zubiri, Senators Amy Marcos, actually the main author of this one, and also Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, a real Bulaqueño who totally fought for what is best for his province, and the co-sponsor, Senate President Pro Temp Legarda, Senators Ejercito, De La Rosa, Go, and Pia Cayetano. They saw what the Bulacan Eco Zone can bring to the Bulacan community and to the rest of the region. I would also like to convey my gratitude to Senators Escudero, Gatchalian, and Alan Cayetano. Special mention, of course, to Senator Escudero, who refined the bill, and also to Senator Cayetano, who really made sure that we read the bill not just once, twice, but 3 times, and adhered to many constitutional provisions. And to all the other senators who manifested their support for this measure, thank you for seeing the buzz potential as a growth catalyst. Not just the buzz, but BEZA for the Bataan Eco Zone as a catalyst in the region. From the current state of these submerged wastelands, you believed it could be so much more. Many thanks also, salamat sa mga LGUs na dumalo sa ating hearing at yung mga iba nagbigay ng position papers para ipaglaban kung anong makakabuti sa kanilang probinsya, at syempre sa agencies rin na nag-submit ng kanilang position papers, sa Senate Secretariat at technical experts who worked overtime on this measure as well, including my staff who really spent so much time meeting with the different sectors for this and for also drafting this bill. I am proud to say that through our collective brainstorming, we have crafted a vastly improved bill that adheres to the constitutional provisions on land conversion, that balances economic growth with environmental protection, and that warrants greater LGU representation at its helm. Mr. President, just this morning, I witnessed the signing of the NAIA PPP project, and it brought about a lot of hope because I feel now the gateway to many of our visitors to our country will be much improved. The same way I have high hopes for this eco zone, that it will spur investments, create more jobs, and will actually be a model not just here in the Philippines but all over Asia that could hopefully increase our GDP. So with this measure, the Bulaqueños and the rest of the country can now expect a world-class economic zone that we can be proud of. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Just for correction, just want to correct the vote. 22 affirmative votes include Senator Lauren Legarda, because she was right here when the voting occurred. So 22 affirmative votes.
Mr. President, Senator Coco Pimentel is also seeking the floor, our minority leader. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Quirino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
Thank you. This is in the nature of an explanation of vote, Mr. President, that I voted yes with reminders, Mr. President, that yes with reminders because I think there will be another chance to go over the bill in the bicameral conference committee kasi most likely our version would be different from the version of the House. Siguro we should pay attention to the constitutional requirement that before Congress creates a GOCC, there must be some sort of a test of economic viability of the GOCC we are creating. And I think this is undoubtedly a GOCC which we had created. So let's comply. May time pa naman eh. There's still time to comply with that constitutional requirement. Well, it's a reminder just because actually that lack of a test of economic viability, I used as an argument in my petition questioning the Maharlika Investment Corporation, which is a GOCC. So just a reminder that let's comply with the Constitution. Meron pa naman panahon. And then meron nang kasabihan that haste makes waste. And the best example or illustration of this saying was the first version of this bill na veto po ng Presidente. And during our interpellations, when we studied the veto message, the President had many good points which he raised, Mr. President. So I hope that we have really addressed all those concerns. No? And let not the saying be proven a second time, Mr. President. Yes. So may oras pa naman. So let us devote the time before the finalization of this measure in the BICAM productively. Make sure that the measure is compliant with the Constitution. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague, our minority floor leader.
Mr. President, Senator Jinggoy Estrada is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Jingo Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted in the affirmative with regard to this particular bill sponsored by Senator Grace Poe for the fact that during the campaign period, I have promised to our people to create more jobs. And I believe that this particular bill, this Bulacan Economic Zone, will generate more jobs for our kababayans. And I just heard from Senator Grace, the main sponsor of this bill, that it will generate more than 1 million jobs for our workers. That is why I fully support this particular bill, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And this is good for the people, for your province of Zambales and Region 3. Region 3 now will be a powerhouse region of the country.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I be allowed to also explain my vote? But before that, may I just place on record that Senator Alan Cayetano is voting yes with the reservations, but he will just submit his explanation of vote, Mr. President. May I be allowed to explain my vote, Mr. President?
Absolutely. We would like to recognize our Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, as a true-blooded Bulaqueño, we wholeheartedly support the approval on third reading of Senate Bill number 2572, or the Bulacan Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act. We thank and congratulate dearly our good and able sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for her diligence and hard work in pushing for this game-changing measure, Mr. President. We also thank our colleagues, of course, our Senate President, Mig Zubiri, our colleagues for their expertise and valuable inputs, our Minority Leader, Senator Cayetano, to make this bill even more responsive to the needs of our constituents. Mr. President, the creation of the Bulacan Eco Zone, or BUZZ, is groundbreaking, as it could generate up to 1.2 million jobs for our people and bring in 37.84 billion pesos to 130.9 billion pesos of investments. Mr. President, this representation, especially our good sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, also placed on record a number of times that concerned local government units were consulted and that they indeed support the creation of the Bulacan zone. This is in addition to the expression of support already given by the Region 3 Regional Development Council. Mr. President, this particular measure that we just approved, the province of Bulacan and concerned LGUs will be properly consulted, as emphasized by the sponsor during our deliberations. And that's why, again, we especially thank our colleague, Senator Grace Poe, for agreeing with our proposal to increase the LGU representation in the Board of Directors of the Bulacan Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, or BEZA, and for accepting our amendments to promote the protection of environment and improved management of natural resources in the BUZZ, as well as to ensure the transfer of technology and skills to Filipino workers through the implementation of an understudy and skills development program. Furthermore, Mr. President, we thank our sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for agreeing with this representation that there should be enough safeguards in the measure to guarantee that the creation and operations of the BUZZ will be within the framework of our Constitution, the Local Government Code, and National Development Plans, Policies, and Goals. Ginoong Pangulo, sa atin pong co-sponsorship speech para sa panukalang ito, atin pong ibinahagi ang ating paniniwala na marami pang maihahandog at napakalaki pa ang potensyal ng lalawigan ng Bulacan upang higit pang makapag-ambag sa ating pambansang kaunlaran. The passage of this measure is a step towards achieving this hope and vision. Again, Mr. President, we vote yes to the creation of more economic investment BUZZ in the country, the Bulacan Ecozone BUZZ Act. Maraming salamat, and may God bless us all.
Maraming salamat,
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the third reading of bills establishing schools, Printed copies of these bills were electronically distributed to the members of this August Chamber, January 11, 2024, in compliance with the three-day rule in the Constitution. With that, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8701. This is the bill on Progressive Senior High School in Bacoor, Cavite. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the secretary is to proceed to read the title of the measure and the roll call vote.
An act establishing a senior high school in Progressive Village 3, Barangay Bayanan, City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, to be known as the Progressive Senior High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8701 is approved on third reading.
Congratulations to our sponsors and co-authors. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8702. This is the bill on Progressive Elementary School in Bacoor, Cavite. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Therefore, we ask Secretary to read the title and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act establishing an elementary school in Progressive 15, Barangay Molino 2, City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, to be known as the Progressive Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8702 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 933 under Committee Report number 192. This is the resolution concurring in the ratification of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored this proposed Senate resolution, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. So move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished sponsor, the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations. I just got back from Prague, so I'm confused with my designations. And the minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized, as well as Senator Amy Marcos, the sponsor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm happy to attempt to answer all the questions of our minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, if we can commence with our interpellation.
Thank you very much. We should, yes?
Yes, from the title itself, Mr. President, that this is the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. We can already see the great importance of this convention, Mr. President. So therefore, I think we owe it to the people to tell them, no, what we are entering into, what would be the obligations of our country, Mr. President. So may we know first of all, Mr. President, what is in layman's term, kung pwede?
Yeah, sure.
In layman's term, what is the primary objective of this convention, Mr. President?
Yes, primarily it is to protect cultural diversity and cultural industries in each country, particularly the vanishing cultures and indigenous communities. It also seeks a more equitable distribution by providing preferential treatment in developing countries, in addition to providing a fund. It is called the International Fund for Cultural Diversity to fund small projects in various developing countries.
So the beneficiaries would be more or less in the millions, Mr. President, in our country?
Well, in our
The
country,
direct
the
beneficiaries.
direct beneficiaries of the 10 million IFCD, which is the international fund, will be smaller amounts, but in fact, this 10 to 50,000 US dollars will be of great help to the vanishing cultures and cultural products. So we will be able to access funding to this upon upon ratifying, I'm sorry, because we signed this long, long ago.
I think the fund that our sponsor is referring to is found in Article 18, the International Fund for Cultural Diversity.
Yes, that is correct.
And this will be raised from the state parties to the convention?
Yes, that's right. There are very small donations being considered. The basic amount is 7,325 US dollars per member or per signatory in this case.
Ilan? 7? Okay. So the Philippines is itself going to be a contributor and then at the same time a potential beneficiary of the fund. Ganun
Yes,
po-
that's
ganun po
correct.
mangyayari.
We will contribute a little over 7,000 US dollars, but we will be able to access this preferential funding being a developing country still. So I think it's to our benefit that we acquire international presence and wider market access. While we will be a contributor, we will download much more as a developing country with a wider scope of cultural expression.
Is the contribution mandatory? or voluntary, Mr. President?
It's mandatory.
And did I hear correctly the amount? $7,000?
Yes, that's correct. $7,325. That's the amount.
A year, okay.
That's a yearly
Yearly,
amount.
so far-
That's supposed to build up so that the fund will be $10 million in total, and then it starts rolling for the different projects.
And how many state parties are there to the convention?
At this point, I believe there are about, let me see now. It's been such a long time. I believe it's over 100 at this point,
State parties.
state parties.
And we have been delayed in ratifying and/or concurring in the ratification for more than 20 years. Tama po ba yan?
Yes,
or less, more or
it's
less?
at 19 years.
19 years.
Yes, it's taken a very long time for us to ratify this. Don't kill the messenger, but I am the messenger. It was first considered for ratification in 2008, was only discussed in 2014 through an interagency organized by DFA. The process of securing concurrence from the different concerned agencies, kasi ang dami na nating cultural agencies, was affected by changes in administration and agency leadership. And then at a certain point, the list of agencies was further expanded because we have upwards of 64 cultural laws at this point.
Is there-
That's
yes.
the excuse given,
So,
Minority
so
Leader.
parang the Philippine government is conducting or has been conducting extensive consultations dito. Have we encountered, as far as our committee is concerned or informed, have we encountered, what is the most serious or gravest objection or reservation that has been raised against this convention?
I think that actually there has been no serious objection because everything is favorable in terms of preferential treatment, in terms of market access, and in fact eligibility for the funding. The complaint, if it were a complaint, is merely that the policy direction of the Philippine government with regard to culture and the creative industries should be better defined. Even if we have 64 laws already talking about cultural product and expression, the overarching scheme is what they are all asking about. So perhaps as the sponsor of the Creative Industries Bill, we can get some help from our minority leader as well.
No, so ibig sabihin nun na our membership and accession to this convention will help us.
Yes, definitely.
Will help us now or add to the clarity of our focus.
Yes,
and
that is
purpose, Mr.
correct.
President.
That's certainly going to be the case because we should be guided by this convention. And even if we have all these cultural laws, indeed, the international standard will be well established.
Okay, so wala pa lang, at least it is of record that there is no serious objection, Mr. President. Okay, so Article 28 provides that upon becoming parties to this convention, each party shall designate a point of contact as referred to in Article 9. May we know the government agency which has already been or which will be designated as the point of contact for this convention?
The agreement is that NCCA should be said agency.
NCCA. So it will be NCCA. Sige. Apa. So, okay, so kung nyari, we will become a state party to this convention, okay, what would be our biggest obligations as a state party, Mr. President? And what, isabay ko na po yung next question ko, what would, do we need to enact laws to flesh out our compliance with our obligations under the convention?
Well, I think as stated during the hearing, our main obligation would be to actually enforce, implement, and most importantly, finance our cultural laws. We have a plethora of cultural laws, and yet the enforcement and implementation, for example, in the area of copyright, has been decried repeatedly. So this is a good direction to take because we can encompass, for example, a standalone copyright for indigenous material, given this convention.
Thank you for that idea. So one very specific legislation which, although siguro hindi naman siguro we are not, are we mandated to enact one or just advised to enact one? To
Well, we are not mandated, but given the direction that we should encourage cultural diversity, the protection of our vanishing cultures, and the prohibition of the exploitation of their cultural products will become more important. So we need to strengthen and, as it were, put teeth and budget to our cultural laws.
Okay, sige. At least po, narinig po natin from our sponsor a very concrete idea to enact into law. Yan na yan. If we want our actions to be consistent with our commitments.
Yes,
See,
that's
okay.
correct.
And then, yearly, we examine the government's budget yearly.
That's
So,
correct.
yun lang, siguro to prioritize as well as put actual funding to programs, activities and projects which encourage, preserve these cultural expressions. Ganun ba?
That's
Ganun
correct,
bang gawin natin?
Minority Leader. In fact, the NCCA was very quick to respond and say that perhaps at the next budget, we should consider additional personnel because there are so few of them, and given the number of indigenous people registered here in the Philippines in the different islands, they'll be hard put to enforce what is contained in the convention.
Sige po, ito last question na lang po. Ito pong mga PAPs, PAPs, on cultural expression, most likely, saan agencies natin ito mahanap para matulungan na tayo sa budget process? Hanapin na natin doon para matulungan po natin itong pag-implement natin ng convention na ito. So, the sponsor already mentioned the NCCA.
Yes, the
Or
NCCA.
Any other agencies that we should
there's quite
take
a
note
few of them. Definitely, as yourself authored, the DTI, because they have some money for the creative industries. Definitely, we will have the Cultural Center, the Design Center of the Philippines. We also have the National Historical Commission. We also have the NCIP. And there's quite a few of them
Okay.
that will be qualified because the listing for funding of the IFCD, music, cinema, and audiovisual, so FDCP would also qualify, performing arts, publishing, so many of our book boards would probably qualify, visual arts, digital arts, and all these sort of products will be covered by this fund.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So if we really want to be a responsible member of the international community, we walk the talk.
That's right.
Yung commitments natin, i-comply po natin. So thank you for the inputs from our sponsor na pinpoint po niya yung mga ahensya ng gobyerno na bigyan natin ng special attention pagdating pag panahon ng budget process tungkol po rito sa convention on the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expressions. So thank you for the information coming from our sponsor, and congratulations, Madam Sponsor, for bringing this to our attention, acting on it after after a delay that it has been encountering. So congratulations, Madam, and thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much for the assistance of our Minority Leader. Indeed, 19 years is a long time to wait, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished Minority Floor Leader. Thank you for the sponsor as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, 19 years is more than enough. So, Mr. President, Considering that no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions, I move that we close the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 933.
Yes, to be able to get the three-fourths.
So we can vote on this tomorrow, Mr. President.
Two-thirds vote tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, this juncture I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 193 on Senate Bill number 2558. This is the bill on the Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2558 under Committee Report number 193.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act strengthening livestock, poultry, and dairy industry development and competitiveness, rationalizing the organization and functions of relevant government agencies, and creating a competitiveness enhancement fund therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, Senator Cynthia Villar, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas and the sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues and fellow advocates for the agriculture sector. Good afternoon. As chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, I stand before you today to sponsor a piece of legislation which I undoubtedly believe is crucial towards unlocking the immense potential of our livestock, poultry, and dairy industry and ensuring the sustainable growth and development of our agriculture sector. I am pleased to sponsor Senate Bill number 2558 under Committee Report number 193, or an act strengthening livestock, poultry, and dairy industry development and competitiveness, rationalizing the organization and functions of relevant government agencies, and creating a competitiveness and a competitive enhancement fund, therefore. This is the product of the 2 public hearings, 3 technical working group meetings, and several consultative meetings with our committee conducted together with the Committees on Finance and Ways and Means. It is a 32-page substitute bill for Senate Bill numbers 119, 792, 972, and 999, respectively filed by this representation, Senators Jinggoy Estrada, Lito Lapid, and Sani Angara. Mr. President, in sponsoring this measure, we endeavor to advance the development and competitiveness of the livestock, poultry, and dairy industry. The industry plays a vital role in ensuring our food security and accounts for more than a quarter of the agricultural sector output in 2023. It stimulates economic growth, especially in rural areas, and provides livelihood opportunities to more than 2.8 million livestock and poultry farmers. Despite its importance, the LPD industry faces several challenges that hinder it from realizing its full potential. We know too well of the effect of disease outbreaks such as the African swine fever, which has been afflicting our hog industry and decimating our pork supply since 2019. This has resulted in a significant increase in the prices of pork products. In recent years, we also had to rely on imported poultry to address the shortfall in chicken production amidst increasing demand. Filipinos actually spend more for meat compared to our neighbors, as the average prices of chicken and pork are more than twice as high in the Philippines than in Thailand and Vietnam. Pork and chicken are the integral components of the Filipino diet, helping ensure a balanced intake of nutrients. It is estimated that 52% of our protein consumption comes from pork and chicken, and this is projected to grow even higher to 58% in 2030. Thus, high meat prices could lead to protein deficiency and contribute to malnutrition. It could even affect our learning outcomes. In fact, as per the findings of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, students from countries with higher pork and chicken prices tend to have lower test scores. The Philippines is likewise struggling with dairy production and is heavily dependent on imported milk. There are very few commercial farms in the country, and dairy production is mostly by backyard operators. In 2022, the National Dairy Authority domestic dairy production was merely 30,000 metric tons, or less than 1% of the total milk supply in the country. According to a 2022 study of the Philippine Institute for Development Study, our dairy productivity falls below those of major dairy milk exporters in the region. The Philippines produce on an average only 6.8 liters of milk per animal per day versus Vietnam, which is 24.2 liters, and Thailand's production of 13.6 liters per animal per day. One of the major reasons that have led us to this situation is the highly fragmented government support structure overseeing the LPD industry. The various agencies and bodies tasked with looking after the concerns of the sector include the Bureau of Animal Industry, the DA's Livestock Program, the National Dairy Authority, and the National Meat Inspection Service, and the Philippine Carabao Center. This fragmentation has resulted in uncoordinated policies and efforts in developing the competitiveness of the LPD industry. A study by the Philippine Institute of Development Studies in 2022 has suggested that a single entity over the LPD sector by consolidation of related units and agency in the national government can help focus efforts and attain a unified perspective on industry development. Moreover, when compared to other agricultural commodities, the LPD sector historically receives lower development assistance from the government. Computation by the PIDS showed that from 2009 to 2020, fiscal support for the LPD sector averaged only 1.18 billion per year, accounting for merely 1.6% of the total budget of the Department of Agriculture for the period. While this amount has risen in recent years with the National Livestock Program, receiving 3.4 billion in the 2024 NEP, this is still a relatively small amount compared to the other commodity banner programs of the DA. With our country's growing population and increasing demand for food, we cannot allow for this situation to continue. Through Senate Bill number 2558, we will set a clear and strategic direction for the LPD industry, strengthen the organizational structure and institutional capacity of relevant industries, and ensure that adequate resources are provided to support the growth and competitiveness of the industry. First, this measure aims to put in place a Philippine LPD value chain development program roadmap, which shall serve as a guidepost in the priority setting for the development, modernization, protection, and promotion of the LPD industry. And then a steering committee that will formulate the roadmap shall be created with the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture as the head, and relevant government agencies and industry stakeholders are member, and a project management office as the secretariat and support staff. The roadmap shall be finalized within 120 days from the effectivity of this legislative measure and updated every 5 years thereafter. Second, the Office of the Undersecretary for National Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Program will be created to establish policies for the development of the LPD industry. Third, to avoid fragmented system, the proposed measure shall strengthen existing government organizational structure serving the LPD industries. First, the Bureau of Animal Industry, or BAI, shall be the implementing arm of the national development for the livestock poultry development programs and projects. It shall be the overall coordinating government body in the event of any LPD pest or epidemic incident that could potentially reduce the LPD population or production at the municipal level. And then the National Meat Inspection Service shall be converted into a line bureau of the DA and be renamed as the Bureau of Animal and Poultry Inspection and Regulation. It shall serve as the regulatory arm of the livestock, poultry, and dairy industry. So one is for developmental and the other is for regulatory. Right now, they are all regulatory. The Animal Feeds, Veterinary Drugs, and Biologic Council Service under the BAPIR shall become the sole regulatory agency over veterinary drugs and products and other related animal health products and devices. It shall be removed from the Food and Drug Administration. The National Dairy Authority, or NDA, shall be the central policy determining developmental and regulatory body to task to ensure the accelerated development of the dairy industry. The Philippine Carabao Center shall develop a program that address the needs of farmers, their cooperatives, and organizations in the different aspects of the dairy production from Carabao. Okay. To enable timely and accurate responsive decision-making, there should be a livestock, poultry, and dairy management information system. It shall be the repository of all information that are relevant to LPD industries down in the municipal level. And lastly, and most importantly, this proposed measure provides for the creation of a livestock, poultry, and dairy competitiveness enhancement fund, building on the model of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund established before or the rice tariffication law. Tariff collection from LPD imports will be earmarked to the LPD fund. It shall consist of an annual appropriation of 7.8 billion for the next 6 years. This amount will be utilized by relevant government agencies on top of their respective annual budget. The beneficiaries of the fund are small hold raisers, cooperative, association, or organization accredited by the Department of Agriculture. An LPD registry system, the master list of eligible beneficiaries will be established by the DA in consultation with farmer cooperatives and LGUs. Each year, the LPD fund of 7.8 billion will be allocated to 29% for population and herd build-up, improvement, 15% to buy for animal health and welfare and native animal development program, disease control, prevention and response, including the protective surveillance, pests and diseases emergency response, and conduct of research and technology enhancement program. 15% to the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, or PhilMec, for building or improving shared service facilities such as slaughterhouses, poultry dressing plant, collection of dairy milk, processing and storage for the distribution of equipment for developing pasture lands in strategic areas or provinces, and building of biosecure facilities with appropriate equipment. 15% for developing and augmenting food safety and animal support extension training. 12% to be equally divided at 4% for the BAI Feeds Development Service, NDA and Philippine Carabao Center for the development and propagation of animal and poultry feeds, forage, and fodder, particularly by providing seeds and planting materials and ensuring easy and affordable access for smallhold farms. 5% to the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines to be managed equally and made available in the form of credit facility for the improvement of LPD. 3% to the Office of Undersecretary of the NLPD program to be divided, 2% for planning and updating of roadmap, 1% for use in the establishment of operation of livestock, poultry, and dairy management information system, and 3% to the DA Agribusiness and Marketing Assistance Service for marketing and trade promotion activities to benefit livestock, poultry, and dairy raisers. 2% to be divided between the BAI Livestock Research and Development Division for farm school-based and industry-driven research, and 1% for PCC. And finally, 1% to the Cooperative Development Authority for the accreditation of smallhold livestock, poultry, and dairy raisers into formal groups, cooperatives, or organization. To find out whether the fund is reaching the intended beneficiaries and whether the LPD program is achieving the intended objectives, we are tasking the Congressional Oversight Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization, or COCOFAM, to conduct a mandatory review, and our state think tank, the PIDS, to do an impact evaluation of the program. It is my hope that through these efforts, we will be able to provide adequate support to our raisers and farmers, boost our domestic production capabilities, and improve the competitiveness of our LPD industry. This will help ensure a steady supply of quality and affordable meat and milk products for everyone, everywhere, every day, and even during emergency. At this juncture, I would like to personally extend my sincerest thanks to Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and the Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, for attending the public hearings that we conducted last year. I also express my deep gratitude to the members of the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and the Committees on Finance, Ways and Means, respectively headed by Senator Juan Sani Angara, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for their support to this bill. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, this piece of legislation represents an opportunity for us to ensure that we can continue to feed our growing population at present and in the future. It is an intervention that could bolster the growth of our agriculture sector, generate employment, and improve the well-being, particularly those in rural communities. Let us come together and pass this Livestock, Poultry, and Dairy Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. Thank you very much, Mr. President, to our Majority Leader for helping us sponsor the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our dear sponsor. A very important measure indeed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This representation is not just a proud co-author but also co-sponsor of the measure. We wanted to put into the records, Mr. President, that this particular measure ay magpapayabong po sa industriya at mapapaunlad ang kalidad at laki ng produksyon upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng bansa. Isa po sa layunin ng panukalang ito ay maiangat ang kita at antas ng pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan na umaasa po sa mga sektor na ito para sa kanilang kabuhayan. With that, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to just insert into the records my co-sponsorship speech together with Senator Revilla, Mr. President.
If I may be allowed as well, with the permission of the sponsor, Ma'am Cynthia, to be made a co-author and co-sponsor of this measure, Ma'am Cynthia, if it's all right.
She is nodding her head and
Because
giving a
Bukidnon,
thumbs up, Mr. President.
Majority Leader, Bukidnon
Yes.
is one of the largest producer of poultry in Mindanao.
Yes.
And also swine. We are still, we consider ourselves one of the biggest producers of swine and poultry in Mindanao. So matutuwa po yung mga stakeholders namin sa probinsya, not only in Bukidnon, but the rest of Mindanao. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, and for our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2558 under Committee Report number 193. So move, Mr. President.
And before I act on the motion, we're just looking at my staff to also prepare a co-sponsorship speech to be inserted into the records for this measure. There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda, our Senate President Pro Temp, would also just like to insert into the records her co-sponsorship speech on that on Senate Bill number 2558.
Yes, we take note. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Madam.
Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 211 on Senate Bill number 2575. This is the bill on the Basic Education and Early Childhood Care and Development Alignment Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2575 under Committee Report number 211. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act ensuring the alignment of basic education and early childhood care and development, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10410, otherwise known as the Early Years Act, EYA of 2013, and appropriating funds therefore.
We'd now like to recognize the sponsor with the permission of the Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. I rise today to sponsor a proposed measure that not only seeks to unlock the boundless potential of our young children, but also ignites the very essence of our country's future. Young children below 5 years old are among the most vulnerable in our society. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Philippines is projected to be the home of 11.1 million young children aged below 5 years old by July 2024. Yet, a stark reality casts a shadow over this future. Only 5% of these young children were enrolled in Child Development Centers, or CDCs, during the school year of 2022 to 2023. These figures underline the fact that our young ones are being left behind, with only a handful being serviced by CDCs. This is not the reflection of our efficient early childhood care and development system, especially with the limited fiscal space for ECCD. Mr. President, as we nurture our young children, we are not only nurturing their individual growth, but also the future of our nation. And within this journey lies the transformative power of early childhood education, or EC-Ed. A number of studies prove that investment in quality EC-Ed sets a strong foundation for learning, leaving long-term positive impacts on children's education. A longitudinal study conducted by UNICEF Philippines, published in 2021, revealed the positive impact of EC-Ed on mathematics, literacy, and socio-emotional skills for the first 5 school years after preschool. An assessment of 2019 trends in international mathematics and science study further illustrates the profound effect of early childhood education and development on the performance of students later in life. Picture this: grade 4 learners who had the opportunity of frequently engage in early literacy and numeracy activities with their parents before even stepping foot into primary school soared higher in mathematics and science compared to their peers who did not have the same privilege. This evidence is further bolstered by the 2019 Southeast Asia Primary Learning Matrix Survey, which reveals that grade 5 learners who attended EC-Ed performed better in reading, writing, and mathematics assessment. It specifically highlights that 1 year of attendance in an EC-Ed program is correlated with an average increase of about 6 points in grade 5 math test performance. Another report by the UNICEF entitled A World Ready to Learn, released in 2019, underscored that young children who attended EC-Ed are more likely to enter school on time, less likely to drop out or repeat grades, and more likely to complete primary and secondary school, emphasizing that such investment proves not only beneficial but also cost-effective by lessening the need for catch-up efforts. Hence, the mandate of RA number 10410, or Early Years Act of 2013, to achieve universal coverage for ECCD is a tall order that this mandatory legislation has sustained and has now entrusted with both the ECCD Council and our local government units. However, the potential of EC-Ed will remain untapped if it is not aligned with the K-12 basic education curriculum. Maihambing natin ito sa paggagawa ng 12 palapag na gusali na kung sa paglatag pa lang ng pundasyon ay palpak na, ano pa kayang tibay ang aasahan natin sa mga susunod na palapag nito. As it stands, the responsibilities over EC-Ed and basic education are divided among different government agencies. EC-Ed falls under the jurisdiction of the Council, while basic education is the responsibility of the Department of Education. This division of responsibilities, while designed for clarity, creates hurdles in the seamless transition of our children from early childhood to formal schooling. The DepEd, despite chairing, the Council does not have jurisdiction over the implementation of EC-Ed. Child development teachers, the CDTs, and child development workers, the CDWs, that serve as the backbone of EC-Ed are employed and supervised by local government units, usually under their city and municipal social welfare development centers. In simple terms, there is a gap that needs to be bridged. Mr. President, this is where the amendatory bill, Basic Education and Early Childhood Care and Development Act, steps in. It bridges this gap ensuring that strengthening the learning continuum between EC-Ed and basic education. It emphasizes that under the Early Years Act of 2013, ECCD has evolved from being a primary social and welfare concern to a system that must be addressed holistically, with EC-Ed as a primary concern. Specifically, this proposed measure seeks to address the issues confronting the present ECCD system by introducing the following amendments to the Early Years Act of 2013. First, this bill gives the Council additional functions, including ensuring the alignment between the basic education curriculum and ECCD curriculum. The Council, armed with this bill's additional mandate, spearheads the responsibility of promulgating national policies and implementing guidelines for ECCD programs. It is the architect of the ECCD blueprint. The Council's responsibilities encompass a wide range of functions, which include the development of a national system for the recruitment of qualified CDTs, CDWs, and other service providers, issuance of minimum requirements for the establishments of ECCD programs and other innovations and alternative modalities, the conversion of existing public daycare centers into CDCs, and administering the voluntary accreditation of public ECCD programs, among others. But a blueprint alone cannot build a CDC, Mr. President. This is where our LGUs come in, tireless builders who translate national policy into tangible programs on the ground. They are the ones who put the bricks and mortars and most importantly, the heart into early childhood care and development. Through national policies promulgated by the Council, our LGUs bear the ultimate responsibilities for achieving universal coverage for the national ECCD system. This means that even our most vulnerable, marginalized young children will be identified and supported. To achieve this goal, our LGUs are mandated to fulfill greater responsibilities. They must establish at least one CDC in every barangay, submit their respective roadmaps to the Council every 3 years, provide the facilities and resources for the implementation of ECC programs, create plantilla positions for CDTs and CDWs, while also ensuring their professional development, supervise the service providers, monitor the implementation of ECCD programs, and administer the voluntary accreditation of private ECCD programs, among others. Furthermore, this bill seeks to strengthen the composition of the Council. In this proposed amendment, the Secretary of the Department of Interior and Local Government is designated as the ex officio vice chairperson, highlighting the DILG's crucial role in supervising the nation's local government units. Additionally, the chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education is included as a member of the Council, recognizing the CHED's essential contribution to empowering CDTs and CDWs, hereby enhancing the overall quality of ECCD programs. Beyond these amendments, this legislation introduces new provisions to bridge the gaps in the ECCD programs, including the disheartening reality of our ECCD service providers are grappling with. As per data from the DSWD, as of January of 2023, among the 78,893 CDWs nationwide, it is estimated that a staggering 19% receives a monthly honorarium of less than 1,000 pesos. Sa madaling salita, halos isa sa bawat 5 CDWs ang kumikita ng ganitong kaliit na halaga. Sa patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng mga pangunahing bilihin, paano nila pagkakasyahin ang 1,000 piso sa loob ng isang buwan? Digging deeper into the figures, a mere 11% of them are permanent employees of LGUs. There's also a glaring lack of oversight over quality, hiring process, and performance of CDWs at the local level. At its core, the bill mandates the employment of at least one CDT and one CDWs in every CDC, acknowledging their indispensable role in the EC-Ed, while every city and municipality shall create plantilla positions for CDTs and CDWs. The local chief executive, in consultation with and as approved by the Civil Service Commission and Department of Budget and Management, will also set the guidelines for the salary grades, eligibility, qualifications, and duties and responsibilities of CDTs and CDWs. The minimum salary grades are set at grade 11 for CDTs and grade 8 at for CDWs. But this proposed measure goes beyond just ensuring that our CDTs and CDWs are adequately compensated. It paves the way for the professionalization of CDTs, decertification, reskilling, and upskilling of incumbent CDWs, and the provision of scholarship opportunities for the continued education and growth of these service providers. As a safeguard for quality, CDTs must hold a bachelor's degree and pass the licensure examination for teachers or LET. CDWs, on the other hand, should have at least a senior high school diploma and pass national competency assessment. Alternatively, CDWs can be high school graduates who have completed 2 years of tertiary education and earned a TESTA national certification for CDWs. This bill also outlines the skill and upskilling of incumbent CDWs, offering them a pathway for professional growth through training programs and certification by the TESDA. It mandates the Council to develop scholarship program for continuing education of CDWs who seek to complete their bachelor's degrees and those who will be required to take the LET. Further, this proposed measure requires every city and municipality to establish ECCD divisions. LGUs will be tasked with designing and implementing an organizational structure and staffing pattern that reflects the unique service requirements and financial capabilities of each locality. Under the administrative supervision of the mayor, the ECCD division will oversee its day-to-day operations. This includes the critical role of supervising CDTs and CDWs, ensuring that they fulfill their duties and responsibilities effectively. This bill likewise introduces a provision for the streamlining of ECCD services. One of the pivotal roles of the Council is to provide guidelines for this streamlining, take into account critical factors such as the number of young children being serviced by each CDC, the physical accessibility of CDCs, and the availability of funds and resources of the LGUs, among others. Streamlining measures may encompass innovative strategies such as clustering CDCs for multiple barangays, promoting both center-based and home-based programs, and other alternative modalities as far as practicable. This is particularly crucial in areas where very few young children are serviced by CDCs and for LGUs with limited resources. Finally, to further ensure that no young children will be left behind, this mandatory legislation seeks to address the issue of inequitable delivery of ECCD services due to the strengthened role of LGUs. The quality of ECCD services a young child relies heavily on financial resources, budget allocations, and political commitments of LGUs. Sa madaling salita, nasa kamay ng mga lokal na pamahalaan ang paghahatid at pagsasakatuparan ng mga programang ECCD. In our pursuit of equitable and universal ECCD, particular ECED, we must hold our LGUs to a higher standard of accountability. However, accountability should not stand alone. It should be coupled with support and capacity building, especially for our poorest municipalities. The substitute bill section on appropriations addresses this very need. It provides that the Annual General Appropriations Act shall include a specific allocation from the Local Government Support Fund. This allocation is intended to bolster the establishment of CDCs and hiring CDTs and CDWs in 4th and 5th class municipalities. By passing this proposed measure, we're not merely preparing our young children for their educational journey, we are also preparing them to succeed in the future as next leaders of our nation. And before I end, allow me to thank the co-authors of this bill, Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and Senator Bong Revilla Jr. for their contributions in drafting this significant legislation. As Chairman of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, I would like to express my gratitude to the stakeholders from the public and private sectors for their active and spirited participation during the course of the public hearing and 7 technical working group meetings. Together, let us amplify the voices of our young children, the heartbeat of our nation. Let us build a future where they flourish. For their laughter, curiosity, and energy lies the rhythm of hope. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as mentioned by this distinguished sponsor, this representation is a co-author and co-sponsor of the measure. But may I just be allowed to just insert into the records, Mr. President, the this representation's co-sponsorship speech.
Thank you.
Mr.
We take
President.
note of the motion of the majority.
And Senator Lauren Legarda, if I'm not mistaken, would also like to insert into the records her co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, we take note. of
Together with Senator Revilla, I was told, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank
we
you.
take note. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2575 under Committee Report number 211. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President? May bicam lang, i-ratify lang, ratify.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
We are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 entitled An Act Providing for Organizational Reforms in the Philippine National Police, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 6975 and House Bill number 8327 entitled An Act Restructuring the Philippine National Police, creating additional police offices and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 6975. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Our very hardworking chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Security, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, I have the honor of submitting for ratification the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2249 and House Bill number 8327 that seeks to provide organizational reforms to the Philippine National Police. Instead of reading the entire joint explanatory statement of the Bicameral Conference Committee report, may I be allowed to present the highlights of the reconciled bill and the joint explanation be inserted and considered read into the records. First, Mr. President, the conferees agreed to use the Senate version as the working draft. Second, as part of the mandate of the Philippine National Police Academy, we included a provision wherein, as far as practicable, the PNPA shall recruit cadets representing all provinces in the country. Third, to maximize the technical expertise of PNP officers who join the service through lateral entry. Said technical officers shall be authorized to be assigned to positions related to their technical expertise outside of the office or unit where they were accepted. Lastly, coinciding with the National Women's Month celebration, we expressly provided in the bill that the National Administrative Support Unit, the Women and Children Protection Group, shall be headed by a female director with the rank of Police Brigadier General. Mr. President, despite the fact that I am a bit vocally challenged today, I will not pass up the opportunity to speak, if only to thank this august body, as well as our counterparts at the House of Representatives. Finally, it looks like the Philippine National Police can now say time is on their side. Today's ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the PNP Organizational Reforms Acts proves, if anything, that I am not alone. I am not alone in seeing the urgency of this measure and acting on it. Together with the Senate Conference, Senator Bong Revilla, J.B. Ejercito, Tol Tolentino, Alan Cayetano, Bongo, and Senate Minority Floor Leader Senator Coco Pimentel, we believe we have crafted a measure that more faithfully reflects the needs of the PNP. Not only that, it also equips our beloved agency with the legislative imprimatur that they require in order to be more effective, more efficient in carrying out their mandate to serve and protect. I heard something on the grapevine, Mr. President. May ilan daw na hindi na umaasang gagalaw pa ang panukalang ito dahil akala nila mananatili na lamang na isang pangarap ang pagsasabatas ng mga kinakailangang reforma sa PNP. A pipe dream, so to speak. But today, we dream no longer. This Congress and its composition has made all the difference, Mr. President. I am proud to say that we have made all the difference. Today, we are even closer to turning this dream into a reality. In a manner of speaking, Mr. President, now it is all just a matter of time. With that, Mr. President, I respectfully move that we approve the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 and House Bill number 8327 as submitted.
Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished colleague, I'd like to congratulate you for all the hard work that you've done. Pagkatapos itong araw na ito, pirma na lang ng Pangulo ang kulang. Yun na lang.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Mr. President, we join our distinguished colleague, the hardworking senator from Davao and Bohol, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, in moving for the approval and ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 and House Bill number 8327. And let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of this august chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 and House Bill number 8327 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Mr. President.
to the sponsor and author.
Congratulations to our author and sponsors. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204. This is the bill on the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, or AFASA. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
We'd like to recognize the sponsor, our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a resumption. It's a resumption of our interpellation, Mr. President. So, with the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, please continue.
Mr. President, in order to appreciate the bill, this representation reread the sponsorship speech of our sponsor. And the title of our measure is Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, Mr. President. So under the declaration of policy, it seeks to protect all persons from falling prey to the various cybercrime schemes by regulating the use of financial accounts and preventing their use in fraudulent activities. So that is also reflected in the privilege speech, Mr. President. And I think the speech enumerates the scams that we hope to be addressed, remedied, and we hope that the occurrence will be drastically reduced in number, Mr. President. Meron po dito online selling scams, investment scams, ATM fraud / phishing, call scams or vishing, employment scams, loan scams, package scams, profile hijacking, accommodation scams, and love scams. Yan po ang nasa speech. Senator Tulfo heard me right. Love scam, L-O-V-E. Mr. President, what is a love scam and how will it be prevented by our measure, Mr. President? Ano po pala? Love scam.
Yes, this is when, and I hope none of us have fallen prey to this very insidious scam, where a person is tricked into believing they're in a romantic relationship with someone they met online, when in fact, their other half is a cybercriminal using a fake identity to gain their victim's trust, to ask or possibly even blackmail them for money.
So at the end, it's not because of the fact that their hearts have been won over. It's because of the fact that they were taken advantage of financially.
More like their hearts were broken.
Yes, but
Yes, yeah, they're using the emotions of the person and using the medium of online to hide their true identity and true intentions in order to gain their information and trust.
Okay, so ito pong mga in-enumerate natin na scams sa ating privilege speech po are all online scams. Number one, tama po yun?
Yes, at some
Yes.
point, yes, somehow using some technology in order to execute their crimes. Because at some point, when you're not viewing with the person, there might be a transfer of funds, transfer information, that will require some online usage in order to execute.
Okay, so yun po yung acts na penalized under our measure na somehow they are in the nature of a scam and there is a portion of the scam which is online, Mr. President. It need not be all online, no? All the elements of the scam.
No, it need not be online. In fact, that's why we clearly define these scams in the bill so that they can already be considered as a predicate offense. So I think it's important, and then there's a specific penalty to these crimes.
And all of these scams which we have enumerated must involve financial damage, Mr. President, on the part of the victim. Hindi lang, more than
No,
broken
but
heart.
but just the creation of a fake account is already considered a crime under the bill. So it's not necessarily,
So it's not necessary.
but there is an intent to. That's why it's important to define it so that even the creation of these.
Yes, so it's not necessary. Yeah. So the financial damage aspect is not necessary. So meaning to say, ito po sa scams na enumerated natin is profile hijacking.
Yes.
Yan po. So no need
Yes.
for financial damage. No?
No, there's no need. Just the act alone constitutes a crime under the AFASA.
Okay. Thank you. How is this done, Mr. President? Can we be given an example?
For which one, Mr. President?
Kunyari, the use of a financial account to hijack a profile.
Okay, one, for instance, when you say hijack profile, ID theft scam, it's an infiltration of a particular social media account in which after gaining access, the unknown perpetrator will send messages to the relatives and friends asking for a favor to send or lend him some money. So you know, they'll basically they hijack the profile and thinking that it's their relative, the victims will send money or some kind of, and most of the victims are actually young, 21 to 30 years old.
Sa tingin ko, Mr. President, matagal na itong nangyayari. At marami na yata na bibiktima nito. Wala po ba silang remedy under present law? Matagal na po nangyayari ito dahil I remember may mga friends ako na ang pahabol nila, di ba? Ang papahabulin nila is,
Yes.
hindi ako yung nag-message sa'yo.
There are remedies, but obviously because of the lack of teeth for the bill and the lack of powers, it's very difficult for the government, for the BSP to act on these crimes. Precisely why we want this bill to be passed at the soonest, because the increase in number of these kinds of crimes is very alarming. And if we don't have a law that protects our population from these crimes, it's proven to be difficult historically, and it will continue to be difficult unless we pass these additional measures that will help solve these issues.
So the example given by our sponsor, Mr. President, yung facts doon, yung bare facts given there, is already a crime under present law.
Yes.
Tama po ba yan? But what is now, so victims have been trying to prosecute their suspected perpetrators. Pero what have been the problems that they have been encountering, Mr. President? That's why we need to justify the need for this measure, Mr. President.
Well, because of the absolute confidentiality, and also because AMLA has certain conditions that aren't present that limit also the ability to open these accounts. At least with this bill, it clearly defines the acts that fall under financial scamming, and it clearly defines the power of the BSP, so they can react quickly to these crimes, and they have the power to suspend an account for a limited period of time as they're investigating the acts of the criminals.
Kasi ang example dito, for example, ang example na in real life, Mr. President, ako'y naka-encounter na ng ganyang reklamo na ginamit yung Facebook account niya to send messages that he is stranded somewhere, tapos magpadala ng pera kasi he needs financial assistance kasi stranded siya, nakuha yung wallet niya, whatever.
As simple as
And
SMS.
then, yes, and then, even
SMS.
even
Smishing.
and then SMS. Okay. But then, for example, this is a Facebook account. So is this scenario covered in our bill, Mr. President?
Well, by hijacking the profile of a person, that's defined in this bill. In terms of identity.
Yes, humingi siya ng tulong financial, pero let us say, wala pa naman nabibiktima, but still, wala pang kumakagat na nagpapadala, but still, that's already under the terms of the penal offenses or the acts we want to penalize. Parang ano na siya, bagsak yata siya sa social engineering scheme.
Yes,
Mr.
it says here
President.
that
Okay, now we are giving the BSP the authority to investigate such a
yes, if there's a institution, if there is a if they file institution, the BSP has the power to investigate, and they also require that the financial institutions have they set a guideline for basic protection for that they will a basic protection system for the basic protection for against financial scamming. So
Yes,
that'll be a requirement. They have to do some form of protection so that at least they will not be liable should there be any cases of financial scamming.
No, but our first example was the use of a Facebook account. So,
Yes,
I mean,
That's a social
is that
engineering
really
scheme.
covered? Is that,
Yes,
will
it's a-
Facebook now be under BSP? To be regulated by BSP?
No. As regards to BSP, as regards to the actual, at some point it will land on some account, and that's one of the issues at hand, is that once it hits the account, they're unable to trace who owns the account. They cannot investigate any further. So it's a hard stop. So under this law, the BSP can actually investigate it if there's a strong suspicion from a
So-
responsible institution that there is a financial crime being committed.
No, in our example, the BSP will only come into the picture if there is already financial damage. Pag wala pa.
If there is a complaint filed, that is a trigger. If there is a complaint filed and the responsible institution finds that there's merit to the complaint, then the BSP can know. But that's not to say that's just giving powers to the BSP. It's also defined here that there are social engineering schemes that are also considered, that are also penalized under the Act. So
Yes, that's what-
just making, misrepresenting yourself or to solicit financial information is already considered a criminal act.
In our example, Mr. President, kasi ginagamit ko yung example yun because alam ko na sa tunay na buhay nangyari na ito. I have a friend or friends who have already complained to me na sending messages nga asking for money. Hindi ko alam kung may na-victimize o hindi. But the mere fact that somebody else got control of your social media account or Facebook page or account, sending out messages to your embarrassment, di ba? Na asking for help, is that already a crime now? And looks like it is a crime already now, and then it is still a crime under this measure. Why the need for this measure, Mr. President? And if the BSP is now the implementer of this measure, how is it going to be applied on that particular scenario, Mr. President?
Yeah, the way we see it is this is complementary with the AMLA. Again, the AMLA was not designed to respond to this kind of this kind of financial scamming. Punishable offenses under a FASA will now be considered as predicate offenses punishable by AMLA. So I think it's important to establish penalties for these specific instances, these specific laws, because they're not defined right now. We need to define them in order for us to be able to enforce them. And we need to give the BSP additional powers so that when the most common roadblock in the execution of any of these crimes is when the funds enter an account, be it fictitious, be it a money mule. Once they enter the account, it's a hard stop in the investigation. They can no longer find the identity. They can no longer investigate further. These are not the circumstances that are highlighted in the AMLA. Now, these specific circumstances are defined in this bill, and they give the BSP specific powers to address these specific financial scamming occurrences.
Di ba po ang BSP, the BSP under the BSP under current law has three main functions, Mr. President. Tama. Number one is to maintain price stability, di ba? Yan yung usapin ng inflation. Number two would be to protect the value of the peso.
Yes.
And then number three would be to supervise our banking institutions. Yeah. More or less, yan po yung tatlo. Ngayon, kung titignan po natin, walang jurisdiction ng BSP sa individual bank accounts. over banks, meron. But ito pong, in this measure, are we giving now the BSP the power over individual bank and or financial accounts, Mr. President?
Under a very specific circumstance, they're allowed to suspend an account if they find, given their own rules and regulations, that it is a financial, there may be a strong suspicion for financial fraud. And just to be clear, financial consumer protection and financial stability is covered by the BSP.
That would be, lagyan natin, that would be a fourth responsibility of the BSP.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yes,
dagdag
it
na
is.
lang natin doon sa enumeration ko pa opo sa finance. So in this particular case, all of us na mayroong mga bank accounts and or financial accounts would now be under the jurisdiction of the BSP instead of our banks being under the jurisdiction of the BSP. Tayo na mismo, Mr. President.
If a responsible institution finds that there is a strong probability of scamming, the BSP is given certain powers in order to at least stop the scam temporarily. Otherwise, you'd have to file in the court, and the court would decide. It might take a long time. Meanwhile, the crimes are being perpetrated.
Is it the BSP which will order the freezing of the account, or the BSP will issue the guidelines for the freezing of the account?
They don't. They can only suspend. They can only hold temporarily. They don't. They cannot.
Yes, okay. So
Freeze.
hold temporarily. So it's a direct order from the BSP?
Yes. A guidelines. It's a guideline. They set the guidelines for holding.
And who makes the decision to temporarily hold an account, Mr. President?
The financial institution will make that determination upon a complaint, upon a verified complaint by a responsible institution, or possibly.
So it is the responsible institution, and yan yung term na gamit sa measure natin eh. And who would be the responsible institutions under our measure, Mr. President?
It says here in Section 3, responsible institutions refers to banks, non-banks, other financial institutions, payments, and financial service providers that are under the jurisdiction of the BSP, and such other institutions as may be determined by the BSP.
So the BSP, when we say that under the jurisdiction of the BSP, we look at present law. Problema natin yung phrase and such other institutions as may be determined by the BSP. So we're empowering the BSP to empower itself, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. We are certainly open to any changes that Your Honor may propose.
Yes, okay. Pero at least with that manifestation from our sponsor, that's a potential reading of our bill, Mr. President. So ingat-ingat po tayo doon because that's parang dinelegate na po natin. Apo. Ano yung mga responsible, kasama po yung, for example, yung mga GCash. GCash na yata ngayon ng pagbayad. Ano pa ba ibang?
Yes, it's under BSP. If
That's
it's
a responsible
Yes.
institution.
Yes.
But GCash is
It's a financial service provider. They operate under a license from the BSP.
GCash is the name. So the corporation operating GCash, yun.
Yes.
Yun yung under, that's the responsible
Yes, yes,
institution.
Yes.
Ano ba yan?
GCash, they operate all these. They operate under a license from the BSP. These
Yes, that
GCash.
GCash, yeah, that's I think the brand name, Mr. President. Pero parang Globe FinTech
Yeah,
something.
I'm not.
I think that's the.
We can research the corporate.
So that is the responsible institution. Apo, sila po.
one of the.
Apo. Ano pa so the banks that we know of, ano pa ba? Itong apps, and then what are the possible responsible institutions, Mr. President?
Well, again, banks,
Insurance?
non-banks,
Insurance companies. Are they responsible institutions?
pawn shops,
Pawn shops.
insurance companies. No, they fall under. Do insurance companies fall?
Yung mga
I'm not
covered.
sure. I don't think insurance companies
Ah,
are
they're
under the
not?
insurance commission, right? If I'm not mistaken.
So I thought yung mga covered sa AMLA, are those responsible institutions?
All virtual asset service providers, yeah. No, not insurance.
Ano yun?
So again, under the AFASA, our eyes are defined as banks, so they do not include under the insurance commission.
Yes, yung banks po, okay, ano na yan, that's the traditional way we understand the jurisdiction of the BSP. But over the years na nga, because of technology, nag-expand na. So may we get an idea on what are the institutions, entities, and or activities over which the BSP has jurisdiction?
We can provide a list to Your Honor of all
Is
those
this-
ones
is this
that
a long-
fall under the BSP. Whether
Is it a long list ba or just baka mga
it's quite a long
banks,
list.
for example,
Well,
banks,
banks obviously.
payment
There's providers
apps.
for application, your money applications such as GCash, anything that is supervised by the BSP, pawn shops, I say.
Remittance
Savings and
sir.
loans.
Remittance po.
Remittances
Kasama?
also
Kasama?
fall under, yes.
So these are the responsible institutions mentioned in our bill, Mr. President. But the problem, Mr. President, is the responsible institution, kunyari, acting under the guidelines of the BSP, can already temporarily hold a subject financial account acting upon information from another responsible institution or upon complaint from an aggrieved party or upon finding under its own FMS.
Yeah, the financial fraud management system. They're under the bill. They are required to maintain a fraud management system that is responsive to the guidelines of the BSP.
Yes, kaya nga pwede siyang mag-act upon a complaint from an aggrieved party regardless of the amount complained of by the aggrieved party.
Yes.
And the aggrieved party can make the argument that the transaction that he or she is complaining against has no clear economic purpose. Mr. President, is that already a ground to temporarily hold an account? Ang worry ko po is yung standard na has no clear economic purpose.
It's not.
What is that, Mr. President? Ano nga? Meaning yan? Unusual.
Yes, I mean that's what it says in the law that,
Yes,
that it
and-
has no clear economic
Yes.
illegal from an illegal source. That's of course whenever we make transactions, they require us to mention like the source. Sometimes they require a source of funds. Now we can define that more clearly, and if Your Honor has a suggestion,
So-
if you're uncomfortable with the broadness, the perceived broadness of this line, we can of course be more specific.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We need to tighten the language kasi meron pa rin dito that a transaction appears to be unusual. Mahirap po na standard
we
yun,
can,
Mr. President. Opo. And then, but Mr. President, So nagwo-worry na nga tayo that too much discretion we are giving to the responsible institution. But does the responsible institution also face a sanction just in case
If they,
it
there
is abusing this discretion being
There-
given to it?
Yes, under the law, they're required to maintain a fraud management system. And if they're not, if it is not compliant with the BSP standards, then they can be liable. They can be administratively liable. And they might be liable for to give restitution to the victims.
But if I think there is a section here that also allows the responsible institutions to avoid any
If they're
sanction,
found, if
Mr.
they found that if the BSP deems that they've sufficiently complied with their fraud management system standards that are set by the BSP, then they're not necessarily liable. They're not liable
Okay.
if they comply with the standards set by the BSP. But they're liable if they don't comply with the standards that are set by the BSP for fraud management.
Yeah, so envision under our measure is that there is this BSP who will now issue guidelines for a fraud management system to be complied with by the responsible institutions, all of which are under the jurisdiction of the BSP, under the law, under existing law. Tama
Yes.
po ba?
Yes.
So kung nangyari na po yun, na compliant sila, how come there was still a fraud perpetrated?
Well, just because you can be compliant, but yet there's still, we cannot predict the types of frauds that, I mean, it's a very fluid, these frauds. There's so many different variations that one cannot predict all of them. And we cannot say that I think it would be unrealistic to think that there's any kind of foolproof system. But I mean, to be fair to these institutions, if they can give us if they just give us a measure of safety that is acceptable to the BSP, I think that is enough. At the same, and if this fraud still comes through, then there's still they have the power to at least catch the person who did it.
Di ba po meron na tayo ngayong parang two-factor authentication? And then our bill mentions yata a multi-factor authentication system. So that would be part of the FMS.
Yes.
That theoretically. So would the FMS would be mandatory, hindi po ba?
Yes, it would be.
Nga sa ngayon ba itong mga two-factor identification system, is this optional sa ngayon?
Well, if under the law, it will be the BSP who sets these standards. So whether or not it will be optional, that will be for them to. That will be their job to define the fraud management system.
So, Mr. President, we noticed several similar provisions in our AFASA bill with the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Kaya giving us our earlier impression that this may one of our questions in our first part of our interpellation, that isn't this bill meant to be just an amendment of the AMLA, Mr. President? So can we be educated on how different AFASA is from AMLA, Mr. President? Let me also add that according to Europol, what is Europol? Yes, it's a European entity. Money muling is a type of money laundering, so which adds to our conceptual difficulty, Mr. President, because money mule is also.
That's why it's a complementary. It's complementary to the AMLA. We are defining money mule as also a crime. So there's a big difference between AFASA. I mean, there is a difference in investigation and prosecution under AMLA and AFASA. Prosecution of money laundering under AMLA requires an allegation to establish the commission of an unlawful activity through law enforcement agencies. The law enforcement agency will be the one to refer the money laundering case to the Anti-Money Laundering Council. Thereafter, it will be the AMLC who will evaluate the existence of the unlawful activity based on the referral of the law enforcement agency and subsequently conduct an investigation on money laundering. If there's probable cause, the Anti-Money Laundering Council will file the case before the courts. In AFASA, the aggrieved party will be the one to go to the law enforcement agency, and in the LEA's investigation, the law enforcement agency can ask assistance from the BSP to determine all the necessary facts and information, including information on the financial account, as BSP is exempted in the application of Bank Secrecy Law, Data Privacy Act, and Foreign Currency Deposit Act. Under AFASA, it will capacitate the law enforcement agencies to file appropriate cases before the courts.
But there is a wide overlap between the acts punishable under the Anti-Money Laundering Act as well as the acts punishable under AFASA.
Punishable offenses under AFASA will now be considered as predicate offenses punishable by AMLA. While European laws deem money muling activities and money laundering synonymous, that is not yet the case in our jurisdiction. Presently, scams must first be established as a form of swindling before invoking the application of the law. This is how the new scams like smishing, vishing, phishing, and now quishing are thriving. With the advent of advanced technology, fraudsters can now easily and successfully consummate their nefarious acts, even after an account owner receives and clicks a seemingly harmless link, absent any inducement from the sender. With AFASA, there is no need to establish that these scams are forms of swindling under the AMLA law, since the law clearly defines the manner how money muling and social engineering schemes are committed, making them predicate crimes already.
Where is the term predicate crime mentioned, Mr. President? In AFASA or in AMLA?
AFASA.
In AFASA? Is the concept of predicate crime introduced in AFASA, Mr. President?
I'll look for the section.
Sa money laundering ba?
Ito, prohibited acts under. So here in Section 9, prohibited acts under Section 4 and 5 this act shall be considered as unlawful activities under Section 3I of Republic Act Number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001.
So, yes, so the sponsor was reading page 6, lines 34 to 36. Tama po yan, ano? Second paragraph of section
Yes,
9?
that's correct.
Tama po. So, are the prohibited acts under AFASA punishable twice?
They're
One-
different acts.
The
It's one act.
The
It's a-
prohibited acts, they're
the
punishable.
the acts defined here are not present in the AMLA. They're not defined in the AMLA. So these carry their own penalties.
Yes, so the paragraph 2 of section 9, we shall consider them unlawful activities. Naka-quotation mark siya
Yes.
because
They
unlawful
carry.
activities, that phrase is found in AMLA.
These are separate activities. AMLA has their own. AMLA has money laundering is also, it's a separate offense from the offense defined in the AFASA.
Correct, correct.
You could be a money mule, but that doesn't say that you're money laundering. But eventually, it might lead to that. So these are two separate crimes.
Yes, so to skip, that's the meaning and import of the second paragraph of section 9. The prohibited acts under sections 4 and 5 of this act shall be considered as unlawful activities under the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001. So,
Yes.
so if they are not punished twice, they could potentially be punished twice, Mr. President. Same act.
Those are different crimes as defined.
Yes.
Again, you can be guilty of a crime like this, but not necessarily guilty yet of money laundering.
Yes.
So that's,
Yes, an act
you'd have to
is-
establish that also. Under the investigation, they would they would have to establish.
So we can commit an act under AFASA, which can now, so that's already a punishable under AFASA, and then that same act can be considered the unlawful activity, so that it can now be made part of the crime of money laundering.
Yes, it can trigger investigation by AMLA.
Yes, trigger investigation by AMLA, and also then a prosecution and a potential punishment, Mr. President. So the AFASA, as we are establishing now in this interpellation, is really heavily interrelated or entangled with the anti-money laundering law, Mr. President.
Maybe not entangled. I think it was really in support or to enhance, perhaps, but not entanglement. Would perhaps insinuate some confusion.
Conflict.
Yes.
So complementary, but so what about AMLA? Are we now enhancing, Mr. President? So
Well, AFASA is more consumer protection. You know, we talk about consumer protection. Anti-money laundering is a different creature from when you talk about financial scamming. So not that, there are cases where they could be, financial scamming can lead up to money laundering. But that doesn't mean that they can be mutually exclusive. But, there could be connections, and maybe in some cases there are, but we have to clearly define the difference.
what is that new scam that His Honor mentioned, Mr. President? Quishing? Is that the quishing?
Quishing, that's QR code
The
scam.
QR code scam.
Quishing.
And what is that, Mr. President? QR code scam. How is that perpetrated, Mr. President?
You have a QR code that poses to be a certain, that perhaps gives an innocent service or something. They click on the QR code and actually retrieves their information, and they use that for to create perhaps access the money of the victim. So a QR code.
Ito po bang mga QR code system? Wala po bang central body governing the issuance of the QR codes? The release of the QR codes? Kanya-kanyang gawa pala yan? You can just make your own QR
Yeah, you
code
can make
and
your
then...
QR code. Even your calling card, you can create your own QR code, and then they just click it. Restaurants use it for their menus.
And then it can force the hardware scanning the QR code to reveal some financial
It can be used. I
information.
mean, I'm not a technology expert, but I think people are able to find a way to utilize that QR code to somehow access your information
Ano na lang ito? Which one?
or something that might allow them to access some kind of information that can aid them in the scam.
Ito po ba mga scams na binanggit po natin kanina plus this latest one, the QR code scam? Does it need some act from the victim? Some act, some sharing of confidential information coming from the victim, Mr. President?
Yeah, more often than not, you need to somehow gain either some information or gain access, and they do that by misrepresentation most of the time. And,
So,
that allows them, the misrepresentation is what gets them the access to either information or maybe directly to their financial accounts.
Kasi as I think we have established during the first part of our interpellation, when it's a complete hack, di ba? By hacking, nakuha po yung profile hijacking. That is not covered by AFASA.
I think that already falls. When you talk about hacking or in terms of systems, going into systems, that's more under the cybercrime.
Kaya nga, the commonality of the scams we want to be governed by AFASA is the fact that because of the interaction. There must have been some interaction, no, between the criminal perpetrator and the victim. Because of their interaction, the victim shared some information to the criminal perpetrator, which allowed him to commit the acts penalized under AFASA. Ganun po ba yun? There must have been a contact between...
Yes, at some point, I suppose.
Okay. So our bill now, okay, so ang bill natin, because the contact between the victim and the perpetrator, we're assuming now happened through a responsible institution. Ganun po ba yan?
Through a responsible institution.
Through a responsible institution. That is the contact. That the responsible institution is the bridge between the criminal perpetrator as well and the victim.
It can also be... The initial contact can be online. I mean, this is when we talk about the actual smishing is via SMS. So the point of contact does not necessarily be the responsible institution. But at some point, once if there's a financial loss that's when at least the AFASA allows the investigation to continue. And it gives them more abilities to conduct an investigation into the scam.
Okay. Okay. I get now the scenario, Mr. President. So, the criminal and the victim, if it's through smishing, which is text, ba? Smishing is SMS.
Yes.
It's through the telco services. A telco is not a responsible institution.
No, it's not as defined by.
But because of that communication, the victim somehow revealed to the criminal some information which now allowed the criminal to access or control or take over some financial account of the victim.
Yes, or perhaps and deceive the victim into either giving information or directly giving financial access.
So but let's say the communication was through SMS. So the responsible institution now, when the criminal is now accessing the financial account of the victim, is that entity which hosts the online financial account of the victim. That is now the responsible institution.
Yes, the holds that.
It's not the telco. Yeah, okay.
No, it's not the telco.
But cannot the responsible institution say, there was nothing wrong with my system?
Well, that's for the BSP. They're going to have their own. That's why you have the fraud guide, the anti-fraud systems that will be defined by the BSP. So if they are found compliant to these anti-fraud systems as defined by the BSP, then they will not be liable. But if it's found that they are not compliant, that's the time when they will be liable to possibly give restitution to the victims.
So in that example that we're giving, Mr. President, na merong, it's the communication, the contact between the criminal and the victim is not through a responsible institution. And then the responsible institution shows that they have a compliant FMS. Does that mean that our victim has no more redress or remedy, Mr. President?
If what?
No more remedy. Our victim,
Yes.
in that particular case, he or she does not have any more remedy because the critical information shared by the victim or the access to which was made possible by the victim to in favor of the criminal was made through SMS, so-called smishing, and the telcos are not responsible institutions. And the criminal took advantage of that critical information and then financially damaged the victim through an online financial account maintained by the victim, and that is the responsible institution, and that responsible institution has a compliant FMS, and yet the victim was financially damaged still,
Yes.
in that scenario, does the victim have any other remedy, Mr. President?
Yes, because there's still, whoever committed the fraud is still liable for the fraud. So, habulin mo yung gumawa ng krimen.
Okay. Ngayon, paano tayo natulungan ni AFASA, Mr. President?
Ma-identify yung owner ng account. Mahahabol nila. Kasi sa ngayon, pag may gumawa ng krimen, hindi mo ma-access yung account. Hindi mo malalaman yung identity ng account holder. Hindi mo matitrace kung sino yung mastermind.
Okay, but we have the victim's financial account. So what account now is our sponsor referring to? Kasi the victim identifies his own account. Sabi niya, ito yung account ko na nabawasan ng balanse. So
malalaman mo kung saan na-transfer yung pera na galing sa account ng biktima. Pag nalaman mo yung pag nalaman mo na kung sino yung may-ari ng account, at least kaya mo nang habulin.
So there is involved another online transaction, Mr. President. So if the victim was victimized through a physical cash withdrawal from his or her account, tapos na. It ends AFASA. AFASA is no longer applicable.
No, because if you withdraw from the account, you can still trace where
Physical
you
cash.
Physical cash.
Physical cash. Yung isang first scenario po natin,
Like as in yung person,
I understand
ibibigay mo sa kanya yung cash.
I understand the first scenario that the victim's online account, since may access na si criminal, he found a way to transfer it to another online account. That destination account AFASA will now make possible the investigation.
Yes.
But if the victim's account, let us say, was or what the criminal did to the victim's account was to physically withdraw cash. Kasi nga the criminal is in control of the account.
Yes, yes,
That's the scenario. But if it's a cash withdrawal, it ends the usefulness of AFASA. Tapos na. Because there's no other online account we can trace, Mr. President.
Well, I mean, obviously the powers that they will use to catch them, they have the powers. They're given these powers to address. Now, if the crime was he got money from the ATM nakuha niya yung ATM number ng tao and na-withdraw niya yung pera, that's titignan nila yung CCTV.
But we use another law. That's old-fashioned detective work, Mr. President.
Yes, but I mean that doesn't preclude any other.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't preclude other crimes. It just gives additional powers to investigate these specific financial crimes. But if there are nuances to the crime, such as whether it be ATM fraud or something, of course, existing laws cover that as well. So it doesn't. It's without prejudice to these other acts of fraud.
Okay, so at least we are pointing out the extent of the application and usefulness of the measure. Yung point that it's really about online, pati especially if the destination account of the fraud is online, then that is where the bill wants to help. And how does it help? Again, Mr. President, this time who will now have the ability to find out all the
BSP.
details of the destination account?
The BSP.
Okay. Under present law,
The law enforcement agency can coordinate with the BSP, and they can find who is the holder of the account.
BSP finds out and then reveals it to the law enforcement agency.
Yes.
Ganun po yan.
Yes.
For ano na. Okay. Under present law, that cannot be done.
Yes, it cannot be done. Bank secrecy law.
Even if it's not a bank, cannot be done.
Even if it's not a bank.
Yeah. GCash is not a bank. So, cannot be done. The BSP
I
cannot.
think it falls under the Data Privacy Act. But
So, Data Privacy Act naman.
I'm not sure the
So,
extent,
what are the laws which pose us obstacles to solving the crime that the types of crime that we are discussing right now?
anti-money
So,
laundering, right? And,
is that an obstacle? Anti-money laundering law?
No. Oh, obstacle.
Obstacle.
Bank Secrecy Act.
Bank
and,
Secrecy,
Data Privacy Act.
Privacy. So these two main laws, ito pa. And what else? Weekend ba natin ito?
Yeah, mostly, and then foreign okay. Yeah, the Foreign Currency Deposit Act and the revised Non-Stock Savings and Loan Association Act.
Sa bank secrecy law, kasama na natin si foreign currency. Same
Yes.
principle siguro yun that, cannot the BSP look right now, under current law, look at the account name? They cannot look into the account balance,
No,
but can they not look into the account name?
no, they cannot.
Even the name?
They cannot. Any information is,
Oh, so, well, kung ganyan nga naman ka-stricto po ang present state of our law, wala tayong masosolve na krimen na given the So that's the two laws. But yung isa po, yung non-stock, how does it pose as an obstacle? Non-stock, what's that law? Non-stock.
where the account is with a non-stock savings and loan.
Same spirit
it's a different,
as the bank secrecy law. And then the other one is the data privacy. Okay, that's the data. So how do we intend to accomplish it, Mr. President, under the AFASA bill? How do we intend to accomplish it, to empower the BSP to look into the account?
It expressly gives the BSP the power to look into these accounts. That's exactly what it does.
By amending the 4 laws that we mentioned? Are we amending the
It's an
4
exemption.
laws that we mentioned?
It's considered an exemption to the law.
So we are
In effect, I guess.
we are in
In
the
effect,
free.
yes. I mean, I guess
Again?
it's an exemption to the law. So in a way, yes. However, it's
The
an
way
exemption.
the way we phrased it, Mr. President, is sinabi natin, the 4 laws shall not apply in certain scenarios, Mr. President. So,
Exemption, yes.
if it's meant to be a permanent non-application of the law, so would it be better to just amend the 4 laws, Mr. President, and then lagyan natin the scenarios under AFASA are not within the coverage of the law, Mr. President?
I think that would be more. This would be a simpler way to achieve what we want to achieve, which is the successful prosecution, and minimizing the occurrence of these kinds of financial scamming.
So this new power, so in effect, we're giving the BSP a new power kasi
Yes.
ni-establish natin, wala rito.
Yes.
What are the limits to the usage of this new power being granted to the BSP?
Well, 30 days. Obviously, to begin with, the complaint has to be by a responsible. It's defined here who can complain, and the account can only be suspended for a 30-day limit for 30 days.
So who's going to look into the account, Mr. President? I thought the BSP was only to issue the guidelines, Mr. President, but not really to look into the accounts.
They're issuing the guidelines for the fraud management system, but of course, yeah.
So we look into the account.
But if you look at the limitations, it's specific in the bill. Here, it shall be unlawful, however, for any official or employee of a responsible institution or the BSP to disclose any information concerning said financial accounts to any person under such conditions other than in relation to the examination and investigation under this section. It shall be unlawful for any person to use this act for persecution or harassment or as an instrument to hamper competition in trade and commerce.
Who are we giving this new power to, Mr. President? Is it to the responsible institution or to the BSP?
The BSP.
So the BSP is the institution which will, through of course a human being, through an official, which will have the power now to look into the details of a
Yes.
particular account.
Yes, they will have that power.
And then what will the BSP do with the information?
confirm if there was indeed a criminal act. If
Share
they-
it with the police.
Yes, if necessary, if it's found that there is a high probability of a criminal act being perpetrated.
Will the BSP be the one also to file the criminal complaint against the
It may.
perpetrator before the prosecutor's office?
There's nothing that says they cannot.
So, hindi, what is the intention of our bill?
The victim can file.
The victim can file, and the victim will have now the information coming from the BSP?
Yes.
Got it. So,
So the
the
BSP
BSP will
can
now...
aid in the investigation, right?
No, the BSP will now share the information with the complainant?
No,
Your
for
money...
the case. I think for the case, if there is a case that will be filed and it's found that there's they can use the information, I suppose, for the case. Yeah. Given to law enforcement to pursue a case.
So, bibigay nila. So, what we are envisioning is that a victim, an individual who feels that he or she has been victimized will now call the attention of the BSP directly, Mr. President? Or saan siya magrereklamo, Mr. President, itong victim?
Law
Sa-
enforcement agencies.
Sa kanyang app, sa responsible institution muna siya magrereklamo? Mr. President?
She can complain to the responsible institution. They can file a case. I don't think this act doesn't preclude any of those possibilities.
Now, I just want to be very clear, Mr. President. Kasi, okay, we are giving a new power to the BSP. Ang gusto ko lang maklaro is, when will the BSP now use this new power?
Well, I suppose, Mr. President, it's defined in the act, and if you have any ideas as to how to further harmonize or to sharpen the provisions, we'll be open to that.
No power ito eh. Hindi power, hindi to look into account. So, Mr. President, we are giving the BSP the power to look into the details of specific individual financial accounts. We are also giving the BSP the power to issue guidelines for FMS, which the responsible institutions must comply with, which now the guidelines will now include
We're compelling.
the specific rules on how to temporarily hold a disputed account. Yun po ba yun? Yun lang po yung dalawa o tatlong powers po na bago na ibibigay natin sa BSP. I just want to be clear, Mr. President.
Yes,
under
they're
our-
compelling them to come up with a fraud management system. So that's compelling, not the power to. They're compelling them to have a fraud management system that will be dictated by them, and they will be giving them, and correct, the additional powers to suspend.
And
pending
yes,
investigation.
it's the power of the BSP
And to look into the account.
to issue the guidelines, diba? To issue
Yeah.
the guidelines.
But they can issue guidelines now, but this compels
They
them to
can
create.
issue So if they can issue guidelines now, they
But
could.
this compels them to create guidelines for.
So they
financial
don't. The
fraud.
BSP has no guidelines yet for these institutions under its jurisdiction. So we can remedy through.
Yeah, because they don't have the power yet to hold accounts, so the guidelines will include this new power that
no
they have.
power to.
Hold the account. Or the financial institution, so now they have to create guidelines based on the new
Okay.
powers granted
Yes,
to them
so-
by FASA.
So no power to to temporarily hold disputed accounts. But is the power there already to require high standards for financial management systems of the institutions under their jurisdiction?
Yeah.
Pwede na.
Yeah.
Pwede na po.
Yeah.
At meron na ba?
I'm sure they have some, but I don't think it's perhaps given the increase in the number of financial scams, perhaps it's not sufficient.
No, but do we have a BSP resource person? Do they already have at least guidelines man lamang on kahit na short of temporarily holding the disputed account?
Oh, no, they cannot hold a disputed account now.
Yes,
They cannot.
short of that.
Short of that. There's no, well, I think they have, yeah. Yeah, for holding, they have no authority for that. But I mean, for basic, do they have basic? So as of now, you don't compel. Hindi, yung fraud management. Yeah, they have fraud management now, but it does not. It will not. It will not make liability to the responsible institution. It will not. It will not enforce a liability now. So under this law, they'll be able to enforce that liability.
Wala pong liability now.
To restitute.
Even
To restitute.
Huh? Again, Mr. President.
For restitution. Right now, the existing does not have that.
Alam mo, Mr. President, nabasa ko rin ito. At ayaw ko nga kung totoo yung mga, di ba, yung kung meron, di ba, sa telco, meron dati issue yung diminishing load. Meron yata rin diminishing balance sa mga payment apps, reklamo eh. So, has this ever reached the BSP, Mr. President? Diminishing balance.
I've heard of that, Mr. President.
Does the BSP confirm it na merong ganyang reklamo?
They confirm that there are those complaints.
Is the BSP currently helpless to help the victims right now, Mr. President, under current state of the law?
Are they helpless? Did you say helpless? I'm not sure if the existing powers make it difficult for them to strongly enforce that kind of occurrence. So with the existing powers, it's not sufficient. Maybe not completely helpless, but definitely for them, it's insufficient.
Meron na po bang natulungan ang BSP na isang individual na ang reklamo ay the diminishing balance complaint? Kung natulungan, paano niya natulungan?
With regards to the diminishing, so far as they can, there's none really that they've regarding the diminishing
Balance.
balance.
So, Mr. President, we have established that the phenomenon actually exists, na meron talagang sa payment apps a diminishing balance, except that we cannot yet call it a scam. Kasi malay mo, nalimutan lang talaga na ginastos pala.
Not clear. It's not clear.
And then according to the BSP, there's no specific case that has been, ilagay ko na lang sa quotation marks, solved or assisted, Mr. President.
In most cases, it's the provider themselves who talk to the client. Yeah. But in terms of the enforcement of the BSP, not. No.
Okay, but kung nasosolve naman ito to the satisfaction of the client, so
Well, that's not the only scam that occurs in diminishing, and I'm not even sure if that's a scam. That could be,
yes,
that could just be a technical glitch.
Forgotten transaction.
Yes.
So yes, yes, that's not the only. That's not. I agree, Mr. President. That's not the only scam. So our bill anticipates. Yeah, ganun ba? Anticipates the different possible
Based
online
on,
scams.
Based on
financial
what
scams.
we've seen happen, yes. We do our best in what is a very fast-paced environment. This bill tries its best to identify and give the necessary powers to address this issue.
Sige po, Mr. President. So, at least, Mr. President, we are clear that, there are certain new powers that we are granting the BSP. Any other government agency that we are granting new powers to, or new authority to, Mr. President, under our bill?
No, no.
BSP. So, Mr. President, we will go to the penalties, Mr. President, but if we could do it tomorrow, Mr. President, anyway, Senator Alan Cayetano, I think will also ask questions, Mr. President.
We move to
Yes,
request for a suspension.
1 minute
Session
suspension.
suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 until tomorrow, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204 is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, and with the permission of the body, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that she be recognized.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is hereby recognized for her privileged speech.
Sure.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I rise on a point of personal and collective privilege. I rise to bring to your attention a disturbing contractual award entered into for the 2025 national and local elections. Last February 22, 2024, the COMELEC announced that it awarded the contract for the lease, not the purchase, but the lease of the automatic voting systems for the 2025 national and local elections. With an 18.827 billion peso approved budget for contract, ang kontratang ito ang pinakamalaki sa kasaysayan ng mga halalan sa Pilipinas. It dwarfs the aggregate total of 25 billion pesos spent for poll automation from 2010 to 2022. Ang nakapagtataka, Mr. President, dear colleagues, the bidding for the richest single contract in Philippine election history was able to attract only a single bidder, a joint venture composed of South Korea's Miru Systems Company Limited and Philippine companies Integrated Computer Systems, St. Timothy Construction Corporation, and Centerpoint Solutions Technologies. This company, Miru, is no stranger to controversy. Miru was previously involved in supplying automated election systems for, aside from its home country, the Kyrgyz Republic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the Republic of Iraq. In Congo, researchers reportedly found that the machines Miru tried to sell there were repackaged equipment originally intended for Argentina, where similar machines faced pushback. Ang tawag nga sa Congo ng mga election machines doon ay cheating machines. In Iraq, a 2018 Reuters report found that Miru's machines were, quote, at the heart of fraud allegations that led to a manual recount in some areas after the May 12 election, close quote. Ayon sa mga mananaliksik, 30% and 75% of the voting machines supplied by Miru, respectively, were affected by election day glitches and malfunctions, which led to failure of elections in those countries. And while these doubts linger in our minds, doubts caused by electoral troubles in fragile states like the Democratic Republic of Congo and Iraq, it seems that there is also a clear violation of law. Question: prototype nga ba ang automated counter machines? During post-qualification, the phase of the competitive bidding process in which the winning bid is validated to ensure that it meets the requirements in the bid documents, COMELEC Commissioner Marlon Casquejo admitted that the ACM being presented was a prototype. He said, quote, "This machine is ours. It really belongs to the COMELEC. We made our wish list. Miru just followed. So, if you noticed, this is a customized machine which has not yet been produced," close quote. So I just apologize, Mr. President, dear colleagues, na nawala yung audio, pero yan po ay audio clip ng interview sa On the Line ng One News kay Attorney Rex Laudianco. But Section 12 of Republic Act number 8436, the Automated Election Law as amended, requires that the system procured must have been successfully used in a prior electoral exercise here or abroad. Kaya ang dami ang nagtatanong, does Section 12 of the Automated Election Law prohibit the use of such prototype ACMs in connection with the 2025 elections? Kung oo, bakit pinayagan ang prototype ACMs ng Miru? Even a simple online search will reveal that there are at least 20 suppliers of automatic voting machines worldwide. Despite this, the COMELEC was able to attract only a single bid for the largest single contract in Philippine election history. Dako naman tayo sa issue ng kanilang local partners. Mr. President, just what is a construction company doing leasing voting machines to the Filipino people? A construction company that appears to share principal office address of another company, St. Gerard Construction General Contractor and Development Corporation, blacklisted by the Department of Public Works and Highways, as shown by this document, Mr. President. The two companies also share a common incorporator, a certain Pacifico F. Discaya II. Was St. Timothy incorporated to circumvent the blacklisting of St. Gerard? There are also reports St. Timothy wrote the COMELEC revoking the authority of a certain Mr. Jin Bok Chung to represent the company in the contract signing for the procurement project. St. Timothy said that, given the magnitude of the potential liability, it was not fully informed of the scope of its responsibilities under the contract. Totoo ba ito? If even a blacklisted company smells something fishy, maybe that should be considered a double red flag. Next question. Was there competitive bidding? Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, requires that all public procurement be done with certain exceptions through competitive bidding. In a paper entitled Intensifying Competition in Public Procurement by Tatray, Vorosmarty, and Juhas, published August of last year, it was found that, quote, encouraging intense competition in public procurement is of fundamental importance for the presence of a sufficient number of competitors, and their active commitment to bidding is a key element of efficient public spendings, close quote. In this controversy, it was confirmed that while 5 companies, including Dominion Voting Systems, Indra Philippines Incorporated, AMA Group Holdings Corporation, and Smartmatic, they purchased bidding documents, but all but Miru declined to submit bids. Napakalaking kontrata. Wala ni isang ibang bidder. Yes, Smartmatic was disqualified because of its own money laundering controversies, but there were others. Bakit biglang naglaho na lang? The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, in its guidelines for fighting bid rigging in public procurement, defines bid suppression as an agreement among competitors in which one or more companies agree to refrain from bidding or to withdraw a previously submitted bid so that the designated winner's bid will be accepted. In essence, bid suppression means that bidders other than the designated winner do not submit bids or are prevented from doing so. Some quarters are asking, is this what happened here? Is this real competition, or is the real competition in the back rooms of the halls of power? I hope not. This makes me wonder, Mr. President, how many other substantial contracts have been awarded to the lone entity who bothered to submit a bid. Thus, I agree with Senator Angara. It appears it might be time to re-examine the legal framework we have set in place for public procurement to prevent the system from being gamed, rigged, and manipulated for private gain. Let's bring back real competition in public bidding. At ang aking huling tanong, what will happen to the 402 million pesos we spent to procure automated election software, including the source code, to enable a proper source code review thereof? Gone with the wind? Mr. President, these questions are very important. Hindi lang po dahil public procurement requires the highest duty of care and responsibility from our public servants, but also because since electoral machines are involved, they strike at the very heart of our democracy. Always, but most especially in these turbulent and divisive political times, the people's right to suffrage must be protected from fraud or the perception of fraud and kept sacrosanct. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, our Deputy Minority Leader, Majority Leader.
Yeah, I'm gonna prepare it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the speech of our distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819 on Philippine Maritime Zones Act. With the permission of the body, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, no other than Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, as your chairman of the Special Committee on Maritime and Admiralty Zones, I have the honor to report to this chamber the outcome of the bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of the Senate Bill 2492 and House Bill 7819. After having met and fully discussed the subject matter, first, the conference agreed to use the Senate version as the working draft. Second, Sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 of the Senate version were adopted. Section 14 of the Senate version and Section 12 of the House version were consolidated to become Section 14 of the reconciled bill, to read as follows. Section 14, due regard and mutual respect. The Philippines shall give due regard to the rights and duties of foreign states, and foreign states shall act with due regard to the rights and duties of the Philippines relative to the maritime zones as provided under this act, UNCLOS, and international law. The Philippines shall recognize the rights and privileges of foreign vessels and aircraft in its maritime zones under conditions of reciprocity and mutual respect, and reserves the right to take the necessary legal and diplomatic actions against states whose vessels and aircrafts do not abide by or act inconsistently with the UNCLOS and international law, unquote. For the title of the reconciled bill, the title of the Senate version was adopted to read as follows. An act declaring the maritime zones under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines. In case of conflict between the statements and amendments stated in this joint explanation and that of the provisions of the reconciled bill in the accompanying conference committee report, the provisions of the latter shall prevail. Mr. President, the Philippine Maritime Zone Law stands as a testament to our nation's adherence to the principles of international law, particularly the international law of the sea. By delineating our maritime zones in accordance with UNCLOS guidelines, we assert our sovereign rights over our maritime domain while upholding our obligations as a responsible member of the international community. This law represents more than just a legal framework. It is a symbol of our resolve to protect our marine environment and secures the livelihood of our coastal communities. It empowers our government to effectively manage and regulate activities within our maritime zones, ensuring sustainable development and environmental conservation for future generations. Incorporating the principles and findings of the 2016 arbitral ruling into the Philippine Maritime Zones Law ensures our legislation aligns with the highest standards of international law. By basing our maritime zones on UNCLOS provisions and the arbitral ruling, we assert our rightful claims and protect our maritime domain from any encroachments and violations. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa lahat po ng ating kasamahan dito sa Senado. Kasama po si Senator Revilla, Ramon Bong Revilla, Estrada, Ontiveros, Ligarda, Villanueva, Gatchalian, De La Rosa, Tulfo po, and Ejercito, and our Senate President. Special mention likewise to our dear minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for his inputs and intensive interpellation that assisted us in crafting the best version of this measure. Kasama na rin po sa ating pagpasalamat ang mga naging resource persons galing po sa University of the Philippines Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea, Department of Foreign Affairs, NAMRIA, Department of National Defense, at maging ang ating pong mga foreign resource persons. As we move forward with the implementation of the Philippine Maritime Zones Law, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to upholding the rule of law, defending our sovereignty, and protecting the rights and interests of all Filipinos. God bless the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Mr. President, we join the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Tolentino, in moving for the approval and ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819. And let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of this chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, is there objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819 is hereby approved and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate our Senate panel headed by Senator Tolentino. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo, who is availing of the privileged hour. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Mr. President, when it comes to the environment and our natural resources, we have to remember that we cannot turn back time. Pag nangyari na, nangyari na. Ang hirap bawiin ng mga nasisira sa ating kalikasan. Where am I coming from? Last week, we were all shocked to see photos and videos of a resort in the middle of the Chocolate Hills Nature Park in Bohol. Captain's Peak Resort had multiple pools, villas, and slides embedded on the hill. If you've been to Bohol and have seen the untouched beauty of the Chocolate Hills, magagalit po talaga kayo. I took up this concern in my radio program last Thursday. After the show was aired and streamed online, ang dami po akong nakuhang sumbong ng iba pang mga tourist sites at protected area na di nababantayan ng maayos. Pero naalarma po ako na may isang mountaineering group na tinawag ang atensyon ko sa nangyayari sa Mount Apo from the tiny hill ng Davao. From the tiny hills in Bohol, nais ko po dumako sa Mount Apo ng Davao. Ayon sa kanila, madami din resorts ang naglipana sa Mount Apo National Reserve sa Digos side. Ito ra po ang Twin Mountain View Resort, Montefrio Resort at Villa Recurso. Labas na sa buffer zone ang mga ito. Kung pagbabasihan po ay ang nakita namin sa Google Earth and comparing it with the map of Mount Apo. I am concerned about this because just last year, President Bongbong Marcos Jr. ordered the preservation of Mount Apo as it vies for its inclusion in the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO, the list of World Heritage Sites. This statement of President BBM was sometime in October 2023. At dahil dito, parang nasilaban ang mga upuan ng mga taga-PAMBI o Protected Area Management Board ng Mount Apo. By November 2023, agad silang nagpatawag ng meeting upang aksyonan daw ang mga illegal structures without permits in the multiple-use zones of Mount Apo and look into decline in the forest cover. Ang tanong ko po, paano nakalusot itong mga illegal structures na tinawag nila? Imbis na magpatupad ng mga positibong aksyon para protektahan ang Mount Apo, sila po ay nag-implement na lamang ng ban-aid solutions sa mga nakalusot na violators. Nung tinawagan po namin itong chairperson ng PAMBI ni sa Attorney Mercedes Dumagan sa Mount Apo, ang sabi niya, may action plan na daw po silang phase out in 2 years. Ito po yung action plan nila. Phase out in 2 years. Ibig sabihin, bibigyan po ng 2 years na palugit ito mga illegal structures and occupants sa strict protected zone. Bakit hindi agad-agad? Bakit mag-aantay pa tayo ng 2 years at alam naman natin na yun ay illegal na mga structures at meron na order sa Presidente? Mr. President, noong 2018 nagkaroon ng survey ang Protected Area Superintendent ng mga illegal establishments at plantations sa Mount Apo. Pero 5 taon nang nakalipas, hindi pa din naalis ng lubusan ng mga structures at bibigyan pa sila ng 2 years phasing out period. In 2020, the Mindanao Development Authority flagged illegal mining operations and illegal cutting of hardwood trees inside the Mount Apo protected area. It was confirmed at that time that local officials, protected by some army soldiers, were behind the mining and clearing operations of forest areas. Ginagawa nila ito upang maglagay ng banana plantation. Marami pang problema ang bumabagabag sa Mount Apo. Tulad na lang ng land conversion for settlements, water pollution, introduction of foreign exotic species, presence of large communities, increasing population, destructive and inappropriate livelihood and poverty in the area. Ano ba talaga ang silbi nitong PAMBI na ito? Bakit mukhang parang display lang sila sa mga protected areas natin? Katunayan, last year, tinawag ko din po atensyon ng PAMBI dahil sa nangyari sa May Masungi Geo-Reserve na matatagpuan sa Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape, which is a wildlife sanctuary. Meron po kasing structure na naitayo doon dahil sa planong windmill farms. Wala pang permit pero may mga struktura na doon sa lugar. At hindi rin po nasunod ang pagkakaroon ng certification precondition mula sa National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. Hanggang ngayon, ang PAMBI ay nakanganga at tila hindi alam kung anong gagawin. Samantala, sa San Marcelino, San Narciso at San Felipe Zambales, may mga nagaganap na seabed quarrying and onshore black sand mining na pinayagan ng DNR. Ang dalampasigan na ito sa Zambales ay pinagkukuhanan po ng hanap buhay ng maraming mga bangus fish fry farmers. Sila mo'y kumikita ng 5,000 hanggang 13,000 pesos per day. Pero ngayon, nanganganib po ito dahil sa quarrying at black sand mining. Tourist destination din po ito para sa mga surfing community. Pero nababaliwala po ito. Ang mga Environmental Compliance Certificate o ECC ay na-issue online. Online po ang pag-i-issue na ngayon, mabilisan na. Without the conduct of site visits or verification of data on the ground or to fact-checking with local stakeholders. The problem, Mr. President, is turuan ang kalakaran pagdating sa ating pangangalaga ng kalikasan. Naging pastime na po ng DNR ang magtututuro. Nakakapikon kasi we enacted several laws mandating several agencies, including our LGUs, to ensure that our protected areas are preserved. Pero imbis na madami ang nagbabantay, lahat ay nagtuturuan lang kung sino ba talaga may kasalanan. Tila baga nagiging bantay sa lakay sila. Ang LGU, tinuturang DNR na nag-issue ng ECC. Ang DNR naman, tinuturang LGU na nag-issue ng business permit. Ang PAMBI samantala, tinuturo ang indigenous peoples dahil sila daw ang namamahala sa ancestral lands. Ang IPs, tinuturo naman ang PAMBI na hindi naman daw sila kinukonsulta. Ano ba talaga, kuya? Sino ba talaga sa inyo? In the end, sino gumagawa ng trabaho ng gobyerno? Ang taong bayan. Mukhang tila ang netizens ang mas masipag magbantay. Ito mga non-government organizations or NGO na very passionate with our environment, ang isa po sa mga nagbabantay. It is very embarrassing that those who we authorize to protect our environment are the number one violators dahil sa kanilang kapabayaan or sadyang pagpikit sa mga bagay-bagay na nangyari sa kanilang ahensya. Nagtatanga-tangahan po sila or tanga sila sa ngalan ng salapi. Mr. President, the Expanded National Integrated Protected Area Systems or INIPAS Act of 2018 law provides for special prosecutors and retained counsels for violation of the INIPAS law. Ang tanong ko, may mga nakasuhan na ba ng mga violation ng INIPAS Act? Meron na bang napanagot? Ito mga pabayang government officials, mukhang wala pa rin po. Mukhang inutil po itong batas na ito. I'm sorry, pero Yan po ang nakikita ko unless they can prove that they are not and show ng mga ebidensya na they're acting they're doing actions against all these violators, especially itong special prosecutors and retained counsels for violations of INI-PASA. Mr. President, I commend my colleague, Senator Nancy Binay, for immediately filing a resolution calling for the legislative inquiry on the matter concerning Chocolate Hills. I hope that we could also look into other nature reserves and parks that are also being overlooked by the DNR, lalo na po itong Mount Apo. Tama na po ang turo-turuan. Dapat po akuan ng obligasyon kasi sino po ba ang may kinabang kundi tayong lahat din naman, ang ating mga anak, apo at susunod na henerasyon. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Senator Tulfo. Meron din akong idudulog. Baka pwede nyo rin isama yung sa Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Watershed na bandang Sierra Madre dahil ako po yung nagmomotocross dyan. Dapat yan, protected watershed ng Sierra Madre, pero may mga gwardiya na, may mga bakod na at ayaw na kami papasukin. So, we should learn from the lessons of Ondoy, Senator Rafi. No? Pakisama nyo na rin po ito dahil ako mismo ay naka-experience, hindi kami pinapapasok, dapat ho nakakaikot kami sa Sierra Madre.
Tama ka, Mr. President. Yan yung Masungi Geo-Reserve.
Ito po yung sa Tanay yung Masungi, pero ito po sa
iba pa.
Antipolo, Sierra
Antipolo
Madre
naman.
mismo.
Sige.
Sierra
We will
Madre
investigate.
mismo ito, Sen. Rafi, para magandang
Thank you, Mr.
matingnan.
President.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Rafi Tulfo and our distinguished Deputy Majority Leader. Mr. President, may I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Local Government. So move, Mr. President.
The objection, there being none, so referred.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2491 under Committee Report number 171. This is the bill on the National Apprenticeship Program Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2491 under Committee Report number 171 is now in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with that, Mr. President, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Labor, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is now in order. Senator Estrada and Senator Ontiveros are hereby recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor, kung maaari po, bagamat medyo pagabi na, if I could ask at least half of the questions that I have for the good sponsor on the bill tonight.
My privilege, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, good sponsor. I'm of the firm belief in the importance of the passage of the National Apprenticeship Bill. Our government needs to take the lead to solve the skills mismatch issues that remain prevalent in our workforce, especially with the rapid technological advancements that come with the rise of Industry 4.0. Our education and training institutions must meet the demands of the evolving industries to ensure employment for our country's youth sector and the rest of the population. That said, I'd like to pose a few questions in relation to the bill to identify whether there are parts that can be strengthened to ensure the maximum effectiveness of this legislation and to ensure the rights of apprentices will be safeguarded. So first of all, Mr. President, good sponsor, according to the EDCOM 2 Year 1 report, enterprise-based training programs in TESDA, which include apprenticeship programs, are the least popular programs in technical vocational education and training, despite their promising role in training apprentices to meet the demands of the relevant industries. So based on the sponsor's consultations, ano yung mga pangunahing dahilan para ang mga individual ay hindi nila pinipili na kunin yung apprenticeship program track?
Mr. President, there are several problems in the present apprenticeship system that needs to be addressed under our proposed bill, Mr. President. First is that insufficient human resource and organizational support. The management of apprenticeship programs in the country is being challenged by insufficient human resource and organizational support, Mr. President. At present, the apprenticeship programs are under the stewardship of the Partnerships and Linkages Offices of TESDA, which handles several programs and has limited employees, Mr. President. This is one of the reasons why apprenticeship is not adequately promoted in the country, and the strengthening of collaboration with enterprises is not given enough attention. And secondly, Mr. President, there is this what you call unimplemented incentives. There is also a problem in the availment of the incentives of the enterprises, because the BIR cannot specifically determine how this will be operationalized, Mr. President. And according to our resource persons from EDCOM 2, initially, what we're getting is hindi po nila talaga nakukuha yung deduction na yun sa kanilang taxable income for various reasons. And apart from this, Mr. President, the recent passage of the CREATE Law or CREATE Act limited the incentive availment to public technical vocational institutions. And thirdly, Mr. President, there's this inappropriate designation of all test training regulations as apprenticeable occupations. Apprenticeable occupations right now are equivalent to approved training regulations of TESDA, Mr. President. This creates more and several problems, Mr. President. One is the approval of a training regulation that undergoes a very, very long process or tedious process that it takes about 6 months to 2 years to be approved. And second, there are currently 322 training regulations as of March 4 this year, and some of which are already outdated and are not appropriate to be made apprenticeable occupations, Mr. President. Third, not all training regulations are highly technical, such as massage therapy and beauty care services, which means that they should not be considered as apprenticeable occupations. And the last one is that there is an insufficient training period. The short duration of the apprenticeship program, which runs from 3 months and 1 day to 6 months, only may not be enough to acquire the needed competencies, especially in highly technical occupations. Mr. President, these are the major reasons why the apprenticeship program in the country is not being implemented as we intended to be, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, good sponsor, for the very informative answer. I'll be following up at least one of them a little later. Yun pong tungkol sa ang pagpasa natin ng CREATE ay inilimita effectively yung availment dito by public schools. So magtatanong din po ako tungkol sa public and private institutions in relation dito sa ating bill. But I'm glad na kahit kalahating dosena yung mga dahilan na in-identify ng sponsor, lack of awareness about the apprenticeship track is not one of them. Baka mag-propose na lang po ako ng amendment kaugnay niyan at the proper time.
You're very welcome, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Sunod po, in TESDA's current apprenticeship program, ilang mga kumpanya ang nag-register ng kanilang apprenticeship program sa ilalim ng authority?
Mr. President, based on available records, in 2000, the number of implementers of the apprenticeship per year from 2018 to 2023, Mr. President. In 2018, there are 404. In 2019, bumaba po, naging 315. In 2020, during the time of the pandemic, 101. And also during the time of pandemic in 2021, lalo bumaba, kalahati na lang, 57. And in 2022, naging 65. 2023, 51 na lang.
Wow. Bukod sa pandemic, dun sa later years nitong period na 2018 to 2023, pwede bang mag-elaborate yung good sponsor? Bakit hindi lang relatively low, pero low yung bilang pong ito, Mr.
I
President?
understand, Mr. President. The decline in number of the implementers, if I may say so, may be implemented, among others, to the enactment of the Create Law in 2020, Mr. President. That is what I surmise, Mr. President.
So, strike two na, at least dito sa ating interpellation, yung epekto o unintended consequence man ng Create Law. Kanina, kaugnay ng mga individual o mas maraming individual na hindi nag-opt na kunin yung apprenticeship program track. At ngayon, pati yung mababang bilang ng mga kumpanya na nag-register ng kanilang apprenticeship programs.
But I would
sa
like to
ilalim ng
remind the
TESDA.
gentlelady that I was not yet a senator when the Create Law was passed.
Isasama ko na pong sarili ko sa mea culpa na ito kung sakali.
You were not a senator yet?
I was po. Opo. Salamat, good sponsor. Dako naman po dito, as of October 2023, 11.7% of youth were not in education, employment, or training, o NEET, no? NEET. I've always had the firm belief that apprenticeship programs are vital, especially for youth not in education, employment, or training. It gives these youth the opportunity to hone their skills and increase their competitiveness in the job market. This bill reaffirms that those 15 years old and above can participate in apprenticeship programs. May datos po ba yung good sponsor sa percentage ng mga kumpanyang registered sa TESDA na bukas mag-hire ng apprentices below 18 years old pero 15 years old and above? At data din po sa kabukasan nitong mga kumpanya sa non-high school graduates.
Mr. President, I'm afraid that I do not have the data. According to the officials of the TESDA, they do not have any data available right now, Mr. President.
Hopefully, good sponsor, bago matapos yung ating deliberation sa bill na ito, meron pong mapadala po sa atin para magamit sa papaganda lalo ng panukalang ito.
Well, if I may, Mr. President, according to our resource persons here from TESDA, they cannot differentiate. Disaggregate ang tamang word. Disaggregate the minors, the 15 years old, below 15 years old, and those above 18 years old, Mr. President.
I see. Well, that's regrettable, good sponsor, dahil pati yung kasunod kong tanong ay kaugnay sa age group na ito, at palagay ko mahalagang may pag-disaggregate, hindi lang ng datos tungkol sa kanila, pero ng mga probisyon ng ating panukala kaugnay nila. And just to make that concrete, ito nga po yung susunod kong tanong, kung itong panukala natin na nagpapayag sa mga minors, age 15 to 19, na lumahok sa apprenticeship programs, titiyakin po ba ng panukala natin yung patuloy na pag-enforce ng mga existing child labor protection laws na dinesenyo natin para bantayan yung kanilang mga karapatan, Mr. President?
Yes, definitely. Yes, we are bound by the Labor Code of the Philippines, Mr. President.
Alright. Kung ganon, good sponsor, lalong kinakailangan na yung TESDA ay makapagbigay sa atin ng datos patungkol dito sa mga 15 to 17-year-old apprentices or potential apprentices para nga po mas matalas nating makita or maipanukala ang mga amyenda tungkol sa kanila dito sa ating panukala.
Yes, they will
Mr.
try
President.
their very best to collate all the datas that you need, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat para dyan, good sponsor. Ngayon, not only do apprentices reap the benefits of learning from the companies they choose to do their apprenticeships in, companies also greatly benefit from apprentices' contribution through their work and skills. So I commend this bill, good sponsor, for
Thank you, Mr.
containing
President.
provisions that safeguard and uphold the rights of apprentices. At yung good sponsor po ba ay magiging bukas din sa mga amyenda na lalong palalakasin yung mga benepisyo at karapatan ng apprentices. Halimbawa, tulad ng protected leaves at saka food and travel allowances, Mr. President.
Kung sa inyo po manggagaling ang mga pag-amyenda, kahit nakapikit po ako, tatanggapin ko.
Maraming salamat sa nakakatakot na sagot. Good sponsor.
Dahil malaki po ang aking tiwala sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po. Magsusumika po akong wag samantalahin po yung napakabait na sagot ng good sponsor, Mr. President. At siguro, in the interest of time, dahil mag-aalas 8 na po ng gabi, huling tanong para ngayong gabi, good sponsor, bago ko suspindihin pansamantala yung aking interpellation. Under this proposed bill, may mga fees po ba para sa isang enterprise na magrehistro sa TESDA para maka-offer ng apprenticeship programs, Mr. President?
TESDA Circular Number 120, series of 2020. If I may read, Mr. President, the implementing guidelines for apprenticeship does not use apprenticeship fee. What is used is registration fee, which is the amount collected from the enterprise for every apprenticeable occupation registered with TESDA. The fee is collected only once at the time of application for registration and costs 2,000 pesos. TESDA merely serves as a collecting agent, Mr. President. The collection is remitted to the National Treasury and is subject to the one fund policy, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kahit sa ganitong registration fee, aasahan po ba no yung kumpanya ang magfu-fully pay ng reg fee na ito? Or mangyayari ba na yung kumpanya ay kayang pa-shoulder sa apprentices?
Hindi po, ang kumpanya po
gastos?
magbabayad.
Hindi. Okay
Ginoong
po.
Pangulo.
Alright. Maraming salamat po, good sponsor. So, yun po yung kalahati muna ng aking mga tanong. At maraming
Pwede nyo
salamat.
dagdagan kahit para matapos na ho tayo ng konti. Kahit mga 3 tanong pa.
Sige, 3 pa po. Then,
Para hindi na ho pabalik-balik yung ating
Okay po.
Kasi wala ho silang pangbayad ng taxi. Ako po ang magbabayad.
Okay po, Mr. Sponsor. Sige po, 3 pa bago ako mag-suspend. On the topic of costs, my office has heard of complaints by apprentices who were not given training allowances and even had to pay for the training component of their apprenticeship programs. Under this bill, some of the apprenticeship models that companies can adopt include a partnership with a training institution or an industry training center. Based on this bill, sino po magko-cover ng costs niyang partnership sa training institution o industry training center? And at the proper time, magiging bukas ba ang sponsor tumanggap ng amyenda para siguruhin na yung mga apprentices ay hindi sila po ang obligahing bayaran itong mga costs?
Yes, I will accept your amendments in the proper time. But for now, I think it is still the company who has to pay for it, Mr. President.
Salamat both para sa assurance na iyon, good sponsor, at the same time yung kabukasan na mag-consider ng further amendment para lalong higpitan po iyan na siguradong hindi po yung mga apprentices ang magbabayad po niyan.
Katulad nga po ng sinabi ko sa inyo kanina, malaki po ang aking tiwala sa inyo kahit anong amenda ang ilatag niyo po dito sa batas na ito ay aking tatanggapin.
Okay, maraming salamat po, good sponsor. Ngayon po, in the National Apprenticeship Program, ito po yung kaugnay nung isa sa unang pagbanggit ninyo sa naging epekto po ng pagsasabatas ng CREATE Law. dito sa National Apprenticeship Program, pareho po bang public and private companies ang eligible na lumahok sa programa o limitado lamang po ba ito sa private sector?
Pareho
Wala.
po, both
Pareho.
po,
Okay.
public and private.
All right. Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. And, yun na nga po. Huli po para sa ngayong gabi, under Section 22, the Bipartite Enterprise Apprenticeship Committee will have the initial responsibility to settle differences concerning the apprenticeship agreement between the apprentice and the concerned company. As per Section 4E, the Bipartite Enterprise Apprenticeship Committee is established by the company itself with representatives of labor and management. I believe that this arrangement could make apprentices vulnerable since the very company that may be violating the apprenticeship agreement will be the same company that will be expected to settle the issues and can also choose labor representatives who align with their interests. Sumasang-ayon ba ang good sponsor na yung ganitong klaseng arrangement maaring vulnerable no, sa dominance ng mga interes ng kumpanya, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, and in due time, we will accept your amendments if there are any, Mr. President.
Alright, maraming salamat, good sponsor. Paghahandaan ko na po iyan. So, para ngayong gabi, yan na muna po, good sponsor, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Ginong Pangulo, pwede ho magtanong. Ilan lang po ang tanong niya?
Apat pa po, Mr.
Baka
President.
gusto niyo
good
mong
sponsor.
tapusin unless gusto niyo na mo. Or bukas na lang po.
Kung okay lang po sa good
Okay lang
sponsor,
po.
kahit bukas na lang po at
Kung
kakaunti na lamang.
Kung ano po ang gusto niyo, susundin ko po.
Alright, maraming salamat po, good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
At Mr. President. Thank you. So, nabawasan na po ng isa. So, 3 na lamang po bukas. Salamat po, good sponsor. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2491 under Committee Report number 171. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I now move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpellate, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of interpretation is now in order. Senator Sangara and Estrada are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may the good sponsor allow this representation to ask very few clarificatory questions.
Yes, with pleasure, and I look forward to the insights of our seatmate and colleague, who is a awarded multi-term mayor of the city of San Juan. Isn't that correct, Mr. Presiding Officer?
Yes.
Yeah, I was asking the presiding officer, Your Honor.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
I thought you were asking me.
No. I was asking the presiding officer, Mr. President.
Well, we both
It's of public record. It's of public record, Mr. President.
We both finished our terms as mayors of San Juan, as mayor of San Juan, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Are you ready, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because it's already 8:08, I have 15 questions to ask you, but just to start it off, maybe I will just ask around 5 questions. If
Thank you,
I
sir.
may, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
President. Okay, to start it off, Mr. President, on Section 6, the title of the section is Standardization of Procurement Process and Forms.
Anong page?
The bill provides that to systematize the procurement process, avoid confusion, and ensure transparency, the procurement process, including the forms to be used, shall be standardized insofar as practicable. For this purpose, the GPPB shall pursue the development of generic procurement manuals and standard bidding forms, the use of which, once issued, shall be mandatory upon all procuring entities. My question is, Mr. President, can you walk us through the current process, Mr. President? Ngayon ba, ang bawat ahensya ay may kanya-kanyang procurement process, kanya-kanyang forms, Mr. President?
They have some standard forms already, Your Honor. I'm told by the GPPB, whose executive director is here with us. And the intent is really to pursue further the standardization for greater efficiency. And para sa experience ho nila kasi, marami hong agencies na nahihirapan ho talaga sa mga bidding. So they come to ask for assistance from the DBM and the GPPB. So yun po ang rationale behind this provision. It's also in the previous law, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Was it in the previous
Yes, Your Honor.
bill, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. It was in 9184, Your Honor.
Okay, on Section 15, Mr. President, engagement of a procurement agent. The bill provides that as part of strategic procurement planning, the head of the procuring entity may authorize the engagement of a government procurement agent which shall undertake the functions of the BAC. If the procuring entity does not have the capability or proficiency to undertake a particular procurement. Mr. President, may I know who are the procurement agents here, and how many are they in government?
Correct. Who serves as and ITC? Who else? There are 3 that come to mind immediately, Your Honor. The PSDBM, the PITC, and the DPWH also, Your Honor.
So there are 3 procurement
As
agents.
of now, Your Honor, but the intent under the amendatory bill is for anyone to act as a procuring agent, really. Because, yun nga, as mentioned earlier, there are a lot of agencies which have problems in procuring. That's why there is this provision that allows them to engage procuring agents. Yun yung, in my course as the budget chair, we also encountered many agencies, like when NTF LCAC was being rolled out, yung mga barangay, hindi makabid. Hindi sila marunong magpabid. So, ang ginagawa, yung municipality under which that barangay belongs, yun yung nagbibid ng mga projects under the NTFL cap. Just to give an example, Your Honor. But the intent really is to authorize other agencies who have experience and proficiency and capability to act as the procuring agent, Your Honor.
Is there a possibility that the procurement agents will be increased to maybe 5 agents? You only mentioned 3. Is there a possibility na pwede madagdagan?
Yes, Your Honor.
You mentioned, ano yung mention? PITC?
PITC, PSDBM, and DPWH as of the moment, Your Honor.
Ano yung parang pwedeng maging ahente pa? DBM.
Well, Your Honor, as I mentioned, if the barangay, for instance, of a particular municipality or city is unable to conduct their own bidding, then they can ask that the municipality or the city, for instance, or the province can act as a procuring agent.
Yes, Mr. President, just a brief recollection. The Blue Ribbon Committee had extensive hearings in relation to overpriced laptops purchased by the procurement service of the DBM for the Department of Education in 2021. The committee found that the memorandum of agreement executed by DepEd authorizing and delegating the procuring of to PSDBM rendered the procurement process questionable as the MOU was antedated. It also contained recommendations on the abolition of the PSDBM and urged government agencies to refrain from delegating procurement tasks and to conduct their own. Mr. President, how do we ensure that another PSDBM fiasco won't happen again, Mr. President?
Your Honor, we're aware of the past less than stellar performance in certain deals of some of these government bodies, and we've placed some safeguards in the bill in the engagement of a procurement agent. So it is allowed only if the procuring entity has no capability or proficiency, and it is allowed only on a project basis, on a project basis, and it is limited only to competitive bidding and not the other modes of procuring goods. And if the procuring entity lacks specific qualified personnel to constitute its own bids and awards committee or BAC, it can also include procurement projects through other modes of procurement. And there is no transfer of funds, unlike in previous transactions of government agencies with the PITC and the PSDBM. The only thing that they can transfer to the procurement agent are the fees payable or due to the procurement agent. So there is no actual transfer of funds. And any MOA between the procurement entity and the procurement agent must be in effect at least 6 months before the end of the validity of the appropriations authorizing the procurement, Your Honor. And in addition, the engagement of a procurement agent is limited to the functions of the Bids and Awards Committee or the BAC only. It cannot, the procurement agent cannot act as the head of the procuring entity in the sense of awarding the contract. It cannot award, the procurement agent cannot award the contract to the winning bidder. It must be the head of the procuring entity who must perform that function, Your Honor.
Thank you,
And yeah, there's one more, with your permission, Your Honor, Mr. President. There also is required under this law or this bill that a representative of the procuring entity or the original agency must be present throughout the procurement process to be engaged by the procuring agent to ensure that accountability for the ultimate outcome of the procurement, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in due time, I will have some amendments
Yes.
propose some amendments
Yes,
with
Your
regard
Honor.
to this section, Mr. President. And on the same section, Mr. President, the last sentence reads, procuring entities with existing MOAs with a procurement agent which have not yet been implemented upon effectivity of this act are encouraged to revisit the same and amend as may be necessary to conform with this provision. Why didn't we put in a stronger wording, Mr. President?
I think it's cognizant that there may be existing contracts or MOAs already between procurement agents and procuring entities. So I think that's the reason. But having said that, we would not be averse to any possible amendment to strengthen the language.
Yes, in
Your
due time, Mr. President,
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
will propose some
Honor. Yes, Your Honor,
amendments.
Mr. President.
And which agencies or entities still have existing MOAs with these procurement agents, if I may ask, Mr. President?
It's the PSDBM. I'm just inquiring as to who they have these MOAs with, Your Honor.
Can we,
Would you like a copy? We'll ask
yes,
them to
Mr.
submit to you.
President, if I may.
Yeah, because the
If I
head
may
of the
ask.
PSDBM, Yusek Santiago, is also here, Director Santiago, so he can give you a list, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. On Section 17, it reads, warehousing and inventory system. While we see the wisdom behind this provision, since it will allow for efficient planning for storage and tracking of procured goods using warehousing and cloud-based inventory system. My question is, may we know if this is logistically possible for all procuring entities, especially on the aspect of cloud-based inventory system?
I think it's possible eventually, Your Honor, because it's just it's tracking of goods, and it's dependent, of course, upon the quality of your infrastructure, the internet infrastructure. But I think it's possible, but maybe there may be difficulties at the start to roll out the system, Your Honor. But theoretically, it's very much possible.
Usually kasi, Mr. President, pagka meron cloud-based storage, meron po mga fees yan. Ano? And do you think the DICT will be involved, Mr. President? Will DICT be in charge of the implementation as well as the compliance with this, Mr. President?
It should be, Your Honor. That's part of its mandate, I think, to provide these services, which would function as a public good in a sense, because it is storing information, and that is a role traditionally performed by public and government agencies. So I think the DICT should be involved in this, Your Honor. There is a provision for the DBM to coordinate with the DICT, DTI, for various purposes to ensure unity of information and provide potential bidders and potential purchasers as wide as possible an information system as is possible, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may be allowed to just spread it to the records, the comment of NEDA on this section, no? And if I may read, we deem that the proposed provision is a post-procurement concern and may be beyond the ambit of Republic Act 9184. While we recognize the benefit of a uniform warehousing and inventory system in optimizing the use of public resources, we suggest conducting further research on the proposed provision since its implementation would require extensive expertise in logistics management. And the logistical challenge stems from the volume and nature of items procured by government agencies, which widely vary among agencies. Moreover, some items that need to be procured may require unique logistic handling requirements that are not within the scope of the proposed system. Different demand patterns, geographical nuances that increase complexity in material management, and other variances regarding the needs of agencies may also pose issues and complications in establishing a uniform warehousing and inventory system. With this, the government may need to consider whether it has the capacity to implement the proposed system and overcome the challenges posed by the amendment, considering the particularities of each material, needs of each agency, and the different sources of demand. Mr. President, maybe in the appropriate time, Mr. President, we can propose several amendments with regard to this provision.
Yes, Your Honor, we're willing. Just for the information of the body, this amendment came from one of our colleagues, Senator Tolentino.
Okay.
And if you notice, the phrasing is "as may be necessary." So it's kind of a implicit recognition that this is an aspiration more than anything else, rather than an expectation that is totally based in reality or a representation of what is happening at present. It's really an aspiration that in the future we will be able to, similar to what if we purchase on Lazada or Amazon, we can see where our package is all over the world, if it's delivery, or if it's in the customs port, or if it is clearing customs here in the Philippines, things like that. So I don't think there's any harm in placing an aspiration in the law, as long as we are cognizant that it does not exist at present. And of course, we know that in the field of logistics and anything which is technology-based, the change is very quick. So maybe what is difficult today, maybe in a few years, might be very easy, or might be the standard, in fact, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just going back to my previous question, is there a fee? Meron bang fee? Itong mga cloud-based storage, is there a fee?
Yes, there is a fee, but I suppose for DICT, that if it's the DICT providing the cloud service, then that it is not unreasonable to expect that it be provided either for free or at least for a very nominal or a minimal fee, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. On Section 18, procurement of by electronic means, Mr. President, on the enumeration of the innovative features and solutions of the PhilJEPs, what do we mean by virtual store and electronic marketplace? How are these different, Mr. President?
My understanding of the virtual store and the electronic marketplace, it's similar to a Lazada for the government, Your Honor. A Lazada or a Shopee for the government. And the President mentioned this in one of the LEDACs, if I'm not mistaken, Majority Leader, that he would like to see that there are options for each government agency depending on their preference. For instance, they want to buy a simple, cheap ball pen, or they want to buy something that is a little more
Expensive.
a little expensive, but of better quality. Then at least they have that option, Your Honor.
All right. My last question for the day, it's already 8:30. Pagod na ako eh. Gutom na ako eh.
There is
Sorry,
there is-
Mr. President.
There is good fried chicken waiting in the lounge, Your Honor. If
Kumain na nga ako, nagugutom ulit eh. Well, on repeat orders, Mr. President, on Section 31. Narinig pala ako. Yeah. Why did we limit the allowable quantity to 25% only and not a higher threshold of 50% of the original contract value?
that
Mr.
is the
President,
provision of 9184, Your Honor. We carried it over.
Wouldn't that be more advantageous to operations as more items could be procured under this mode, Mr. President?
I'm sorry, would it be more advantageous?
Wouldn't that be more advantageous to operations as more items could be procured under this mode?
Theoretically, yes, but I think the intent is that also, I think the underlying belief there is that competitive bidding is still the best best way of procuring, implicit in the old law, and that if it exceeds 25%, then it must be bidded out, and that's a good thing. That's the assumption there, Your Honor.
Are you still open to a higher threshold, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So in due time, the period of amendments, maybe we can
Yes, Your
propose
Honor.
some amendments, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you for answering all my questions, and this is all for today. Maybe we can continue tomorrow. As I've said, I'm quite hungry already, and it's already 8:30, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We're most willing to respond to more questions.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, Your
much,
Honor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2593. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 62nd session, Tuesday, March 12, 2024, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, some administrative matters pursuant to Section 114 of Republic Act Number 8435, or the Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Act of 1997. I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of members of the Congressional Oversight Committee on Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as members of the Congressional Oversight Committee on Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization. Senator Cynthia Villar, as chairperson. Members are Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. So designated.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19, 2024.
Is there an objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President.